dear listener, to tonight's journey through the shifting sands of time. Settle beneath your blanket. Let me invite you to close your eyes and drift with me to a world of gold and shadow, glory and madness. A world ruled by a pharaoh whose life was more astonishing, more turbulent, and, yes, more insane than the wildest legend. Tonight, you are not just an audience. You are a silent visitor to ancient Egypt's bustling markets, moonlit palaces, and sacred temples. Every breath, you will step deeper into the mind and mysteries of a pharaoh. One whose story was written not only in stone, but in whispers, dreams, and the hearts of his people. Whether you're here for history, for a touch of magic, or simply to find gentle sleep, you are most welcome. If you enjoy this journey, please remember to like, subscribe, and share your thoughts in the comments below. Your support helps us create more peaceful stories for restless nights. So dim the lights, let the world grow quiet, and join me as we wander together through the insane, unforgettable life of an Egyptian pharaoh. The story is about to begin. Before the first breath of dawn, before the city of Thebes even stirs, there is a deep and sacred silence. It is within this velvet darkness that the pharaoh Akhman lives. His most private moments no subject will ever see, yet moments that define the destiny of an empire. Akhman is more than a man. He is the living incarnation of Horus, son of Ra, the axis upon which the sun itself is thought to turn. But this morning, as every morning, he wakes as a mortal. The royal bedchamber is a palace within a palace, a sanctum only the bravest may enter. Columns rise like petrified lotus stems, and the ceiling is painted deep blue, spangled with golden stars. The air is cool, carrying the faint perfume of lilies from the palace gardens. The sheets, spun from the finest linen in all of Egypt, cling to Akhman's body, their touch softer than the wings of a heron. Pharaoh Akhman is young, only 23, but his skin already carries the luster of divinity. His face is sharp, the jaw proud and strong, his lips curved in an ambiguous smile that never quite reveals what he is thinking. His eyes, deep set and lined with kohl, are the eyes of someone who has seen things most mortals never will, joys and terrors alike. His hair, thick and black, tumbles down his shoulders, bound by threads of gold and beads of lapis lazuli that glint in the low light. Akhman awakens not to an alarm, but to the gentle song of flutes and the whisper of a breeze through sheer silk curtains. There is a ritual to his rising, for every movement of the pharaoh is sacred. The royal chamberlain, Nebet, stands at the door, hawk-eyed, lean, his back eternally bent in deference. He does not speak. His mere presence is enough to summon a flurry of attendants. 4 servants enter on 2 carry basins of water scented with rose and lotus. Another holds a tray of honey-drenched figs and warm bread, and the last brings jars of oil infused with myrrh and cinnamon. Their garments are simple, pure white linen, belted at the waist. Their eyes are lowered, for to look directly upon the pharaoh, unbidden, is a crime. Akhman lies still for a moment, savoring the last vestiges of sleep. In these few seconds, he is neither king nor god, but simply a young man suspended between dreams and waking. But that interval is brief. The world of Egypt waits for its sun, and the sun must rise. With the grace of a cat, Akhman sits up, the linen sheets falling away from his bronzed chest. He stretches, muscles rippling, limbs long and strong. Nebet approaches, bowing so deeply his forehead nearly touches the floor. He speaks in a voice dry as papyrus. "Great One, the priests have sent word. The gods await you at the temple of Amun." The day's omens are favorable. Achman nods, his expression unreadable. The first servant steps forward, offering the basin. Warm water cascades over the pharaoh's hands and face. Another massages his shoulders with oil, working the tension from his muscles as incense smoke curls through the air. As he is bathed and anointed, Achman's gaze drifts to the mirror, a disk of polished bronze held aloft by another attendant. There, he studies his reflection, the lines beneath his eyes, the quiet ferocity in his gaze, the slight upward tilt of his mouth. He wonders, do his people see a god, or just a man wearing a crown of myth? Attendants begin to braid his hair, weaving gold and lapis among the dark strands. They drape him in a fresh linen kilt, binding it with a jeweled belt. Nebet brings forth the nemes, the royal headdress striped blue and gold, its cobra crest shining. With practiced hands, he places it upon Achman's head. The transformation is complete, from weary mortal to the living embodiment of Horus, pharaoh of the two lands. Achman stands, towering above his attendants, as the first light of dawn pierces the latticework windows. It crowns him in fire and shadow. He breathes deeply, filling his lungs with the scent of frankincense and sun-warmed stone. For a moment, Achman closes his eyes, listening not to the sounds of the palace, but to the pulse of Egypt itself, the flow of the Nile, the hush of desert sands, the distant cries of ibises and cranes. All these things belong to him, and he, in turn, belongs to them. The weight of the double crown is heavy, but he bears it with the ease of one who knows that to rule Egypt is to dance with madness. He glances at Nebet, who stands ready to lead him to the day's first ceremony. Achman gives a nod, imperceptible to most, but enough to set the machinery of the palace in motion. His attendants scatter, preparing the way, and the pharaoh strides forward, regal and serene. Today, as every day, Achman will walk a line between divinity and disaster, between the adoration of his people and the shadows that gather at the edge of every throne. He steps into the light, ready to meet the world not as a man, but as the heart of Egypt itself. The stone corridors leading from the pharaoh's chamber echo with the gentle footfalls of bare feet and the soft clinking of glass and gold. Out the city of Thebes is waking, the distant shouts of vendors, hall and the bray of donkeys drift on the warm morning breeze. But here, in the innermost sanctum of the palace, the world is quiet, as if the chaos of Egypt holds its breath while its living God is prepared. Pharaoh Achman walks between lines of bowing servants, their heads lowered, bodies perfectly still. He acknowledges no one, his gaze fixed ahead, but he feels the weight of 100 eyes upon his back. Servants, guards, slaves, all secretly marveling that such a being walks among them. Nebet leads the way, as always, silent but vigilant. They reach the threshold of the bathing chamber, a vast, round room ringed by pillars carved with lotus blossoms and the faces of ancient gods. The roof is open to the sky, allowing a shaft of golden sunlight to spill down into the heart of the space, where a circular pool awaits. The water, drawn at midnight from the sacred well, glimmers with floating petals of blue lotus and the glint of coins thrown in by hopeful servants for luck. The air is alive with the scent of fresh water, incense, and crushed herbs. Achman pauses on the threshold. 4 handmaidens, chosen for beauty and discretion, kneel beside the pool. Their hair is long, shining black, their arms adorned with simple bronze bangles. Each woman bears a small, delicate bowl filled with oils or perfumes, and their expressions are tranquil, eyes never daring to meet the pharaoh's gaze. Nebet stands to one side, and gives a slight bow. "The waters are ready, mighty one," he murmurs, his voice respectful but brisk. "May you be cleansed of all impurity before you meet the gods and the people." Akhman disholbes, the linen falling away to reveal the sculpted form of a man trained from childhood for both beauty and battle. His body is an object of reverence, shoulders broad, chest strong, every muscle honed yet graceful. On his upper arm, a tattoo of the falcon Horus glints in the sunlight, a symbol of his divine lineage, forge, and a secret only a few ever see. The first handmaiden rises and approaches, her feet barely making a sound. She kneels at Akhman's side and gently anoints his feet and calves with scented oil, whispering a blessing meant to ward off evil spirits. The next handmaiden follows, dabbing oil on his wrists, neck, and brow. Each touch is light, reverent, part of a ritual that has not changed in centuries. Akhman steps into the water, the surface rippling out from his body in concentric circles. The pool is cool, a sudden shock against his warm skin, and for a moment he is submerged up to his chest, face turned skyward. The sunlight paints gold patterns across his shoulders. He closes his eyes and exhales, allowing the tension in his body to dissolve. The handmaidens circle him like priestesses, dipping copper vessels into the water and pouring it over his back, shoulders, and head. One sings softly, an ancient hymn to Osiris, god of the afterlife. Another scatters lotus petals, the fragrance mingling with the incense that burns at the four cardinal points of the chamber. The water feels almost alive, and Akhman imagines it washing away not just sweat and dust, but the anxieties and fears that gnaw at him, whispers of treachery, the burden of leadership, the chilling prophecy of his lord. For these few moments he is not Pharaoh, not Horus incarnate, but simply Akhman, a man suspended between worlds. From the shadows the priests enter. Their heads are shaven, robes pure white, eyes serious and bright with zeal. The eldest, his hands stained with ink and herbs, steps forward and bows low, holding aloft a small scroll. He begins a chant, ancient and sonorous, invoking the blessings of Isis and Osiris, beseeching the gods to shield Akhman from harm and to fortify his soul for the duties ahead. Akhman kneels in the water, listening to the priest's voice echoing among the stone columns. Each word is a stone laid upon the path of destiny, each drop of water a promise to the gods and the nation. He bows his head, eyes as the priest makes a sign over his brow and scatters sacred grains into the pool. The handmaidens begin to wash his hair, fingers gentle, working scented soap into a fragrant lather. They rinse it with careful hands, making sure not a strand is out of place. Akhman's skin gleams in the sun, oiled and clean, every movement calm, measured, dignified. Finally, the ritual comes to an end. The priest anoints Akhman's brow with a dot of sacred ochre, a mark of divine favor, while Nebet presents a fresh linen robe and a towel of the softest cloth. Akhman rises from the pool, water streaming from his body, muscles glistening. The handmaidens and priests step back, heads bowed. The pharaoh wraps himself in linen, accepting a garland of lotus from Nebet, who places it gently around his neck. The purification rites completed, Pharaoh Akhman stands taller, his skin gleaming with oil and sun, the mark of ochre on his brow. In the chamber's silence his senses sharpen, but the day's solitude is over. Now the machinery of empire rumbles awake. Courtiers await. Petitioners, desperate for justice, have traveled for days to reach him. Generals bear news from distant outposts. Each face is turned toward the audience hall, where Egypt's living god will pass judgment. The journey from the sacred bath to the throne is itself a spectacle. Akhman moves through pillared corridors, the cool shade patterned with dapples of sunlight. At his side is Nebet, ever watchful, carrying a bundle of papyrus scrolls. Behind them trail two guards, their uniforms spotless, faces impassive as statues. The halls are lined with servants and lesser officials, who bow as Achman passes. His bare feet pad softly on polished limestone, and the air is thick with murmurs of awe and fear. Achman enters the audience hall to the blare of trumpets and the beating of ceremonial drums. The chamber is vast, its ceiling lost in shadows, upheld by columns painted with bright blue and gold, the colors of the Nile and the sun. Walls shimmer with murals of gods and kings, scenes of conquest and ritual, thousands of years old. The throne, carved from ebony and inlaid with ivory and gold, stands atop a dais of 3 steps. It is both a seat and an altar. As Achman ascends, the entire room bows. Viziers in jeweled collars press their foreheads to the floor. Foreign envoys from Nubia, Kush, and the Hittite lands kneel in elaborate displays of respect. Farmers and laborers, allowed and only on this day, lie prostrate, hoping their prayers are heard. The mood is tense. There are always too many pleas and not enough mercy. Achman seats himself, his features composed, gaze unreadable. Nebet stands just behind and to the right, ready with the day's schedule. The crowd stirs. The first petitioner summoned by a booming voice, a humble farmer, skin darkened by sun and years, approaches on trembling knees. He speaks in a reedy voice, describing how the Nile's unpredictable flood left his fields barren. His children, thin and silent at his side, are hungry. He begs for a reduction in taxes, for mercy. The chief vizier, a portly man with shrewd eyes, steps forward with a scroll. He lists the province's obligations and debts. There is logic and law here, but no heart. Achman's gaze sharpens. He questions both men, pressing for details, probing for truth. He speaks softly, but each word is like a chisel on stone. The Nile is the blood of Egypt. To ask for less is to beg the gods' forgiveness, not mine. But hunger is not a sin. His eyes flick to the priests standing nearby. Why were offerings not made to Hapi? That the river might bless us? There is an uncomfortable pause. The high priest bows his head, mumbles about omens and ill winds. Achman lets the silence hang, a lesson for all to witness. His verdict, when it comes, is both stern and merciful. The farmers' taxes will be reduced by half for this season. The priests must offer greater sacrifice to Hapi, and the viziers are tasked to ensure the children have bread until the next flood. Justice, tempered with warning, Nebet scribbles notes on a tablet as the farmer weeps in gratitude. The next case follows, a merchant accused of selling diluted beer, 2 soldiers fighting over a bribe, a widow seeking permission to remarry. Each case is handled in turn. Achman listens more than he speaks, but when he does, his voice echoes in the chamber, unchallenged. Between petitions, Achman studies the foreign envoys. A Hittite ambassador, wrapped in fine linen, presents a tribute, a gold cup and a trained leopard. Achman accepts with a nod, knowing the real negotiation will happen in private, far from prying ears. The generals approach, bearing news from the frontier. Bandits along the eastern desert, border skirmishes with Libyans. Maps are unrolled at the base of the throne, and Achman stands to examine them, asking sharp, specific questions. His eyes linger over the symbols of enemy encampments. Every answer, every hesitation is weighed. His face remains calm, but the hall senses the underlying tension. Egypt's peace is a thin veil, ready to tear. Mid-morning sunlight streams through high windows, casting geometric patterns on the floor. Sweat beads on brows, but no one dares shift or speak out of turn. Achman's authority is absolute. To be king is to be an island amid tides of voices, each with an agenda. He recognizes ambition, desperation, deceit, sometimes reflected in his own shadow on the marble. But he rules, for now, with fairness and vigilance. At last, the audience ends. The courtiers withdraw, some triumphant, some chastened. The hall empties until only Nebet, the guards, and the echoes of ancient kings remain, as the harsh light of midday floods the palace. The business of judgment and governance draws to a close, at least for now. Pharaoh Akhmen, his mind sharpened by the morning's challenges, is ushered from the throne room by Nebet and a trio of palace guards. A gentle breeze stirs the air, carrying the fragrance of honey and roasted meat. The grand doors of the banquet hall swing wide, revealing a scene of opulence that would stun the rulers of any foreign land. The hall is immense, columns painted in turquoise and crimson rising to a ceiling festooned with lotus blooms and colored glass. The walls are alive with scenes of feasting gods and triumphant kings. Gold lamps dangle on silver chains, casting a soft, inviting glow over tables heavy with delicacies. Musicians, seated on low stools near the entrance, tune their harps and flutes, preparing to fill the air with melodies ancient as the Nile itself. Akhmen's entrance is met with a chorus of acclaim. Nobles and high priests, generals and wealthy merchants, men and women in brilliant linen, their hair perfumed and braided, their fingers dripping with rings, rise to their feet in unison. Dancers from distant lands pause, veils fluttering, as the pharaoh takes his place on a low couch at the head of the central table. A goblet of sweet wine already waiting for him. Akhmen reclines, one arm draped lazily over the gilded armrest. His headdress and jewelry gleam, but he has allowed himself to slip into a more relaxed, almost feline posture, his sharp eyes surveying the scene, as if amused by some private joke. Nebet stands discreetly nearby, signaling to the stewards, who begin a well-rehearsed dance of service. Plates of spiced duck and quail, roasted pigeon stuffed with figs, and fresh river fish appear before Akhmen. There are platters of honey cakes, dates, pomegranates, and the softest white bread. Jars of imported wine from Crete and beer, brewed by the palace's own servants, are poured into bejeweled cups. Attendants, silent and nimble, flit back and forth, their movements smooth as ripples on the Nile. The entertainment commences. Musicians begin to play, their music winding through the air like a serpent. Dancers move in hypnotic patterns. Young women with eyes rimmed in kohl and arms adorned in silver, their robes barely concealing the sway of hips and the flex of muscles trained for beauty and allure. Each dance is a story, the birth of Ra, the battles of Set, the triumph of Osiris. The room is caught between reverence and revelry. The banter among nobles is lively. Some try to catch Akhmen's attention with clever jokes, stories of hunts and intrigues, or boasts about their estates. The high priest of Amun offers a blessing, and subtly reminds Akhmen of the temple's needs. A rival general, flush from recent victories, raises his cup and toasts the pharaoh. But his eyes gleam with ambition. Even in this island of pleasure, the politics of Egypt swim just beneath the surface. Akhmen listens to all, his laughter rich but never careless, his gestures, an arched eyebrow, a softly spoken word, bestow favor or provoke nervous glances. He is at once participant and observer, his mind moving quickly even as he tastes the sweet wine and selects a fig from the table. His face is a mask of geniality, but inside, he calculates the strengths and weaknesses of every guest. He allows himself a few moments of genuine pleasure. A favorite singer, a girl from the far south, sings of the Nile's flood, her voice haunting and pure. For a heartbeat, Akhman is transported back to his own boyhood, playing by the river, free from crowns and courtly games. But that memory is fleeting. The present is filled with demands and dangers, all swaddled in silks and honey. In the midst of the feast, a disturbance ripples through the hall. A servant has dropped a jug of wine, and the splash startles the nearest nobles. Eyes dart to the pharaoh, waiting to see if his wrath will fall. Akhman merely raises a hand, calm, forgiving, and the tension dissolves into nervous laughter. He turns back to his cup, and the banquet resumes, but everyone is reminded that even the smallest mistake can draw the sun's full attention. Throughout the meal, Akhman exchanges private words with Nebet, giving instructions that seem innocent but shape the future. A subtle warning to the high priest, a nod to a general signaling an audience later, a promise of reward to a merchant who provided supplies during the famine. Every gesture, every sentence is a thread in the tapestry of power. As the meal ends, the hall resounds with applause for the entertainers. The dancers bow low, their eyes shining with pride and relief. The musicians bow their heads, instruments resting on their knees. Akhman stands, raising his cup in a final toast to the gods. Amun, Osiris, Isis, all the divine protectors of Egypt. The golden heat of the Egyptian afternoon beats against the walls of the palace, making the very stones seem to hum with energy. Yet within these walls, a cool, solemn excitement builds. Today is not merely another day of rule or ritual. Today, Pharaoh Akhman will be seen, truly seen, by his people in a procession that weds divinity and spectacle, awe and authority. As the musicians' final notes from the banquet fade, palace courtiers and priests gather, preparing for the sacred procession to the temple of Amun. Nebet approaches Akhman in his private chamber, flanked by a pair of guards. The city awaits, mighty one. All Thebes has gathered for your passage, he intones, eyes sparkling with pride and nerves. Attendants hurry to ready Akhman. A chest plate of hammered gold is fitted over his linen tunic, and a broad collar of turquoise, carnelian, and lapis is laid upon his shoulders. The sacred Neem's headdress is positioned atop his dark hair, its golden stripes shining like the rays of Ra himself. Akhman feels the weight, not just of gold and jewels, but of tradition and expectation. As the living god, he is expected to be flawless, otherworldly, a beacon in the flesh. Yet beneath the dazzling regalia, he is keenly aware of his humanity. He catches his own reflection in a bronze mirror, his face stoic, eyes burning with purpose and fatigue. Today he must give the city hope, command loyalty, and silence any whispers of unrest. At the palace gate, an ornate chariot waits, crafted of cedar and overlaid with gold, its wheels etched with sacred hieroglyphs. It gleams under the sun. Akhman ascends with the help of a guard, standing tall in the chariot's embrace. Beside him, a pair of snow-white horses, garlanded with blue lotus, stamp their hooves and toss their manes, eager to begin. The procession begins with a thunder of drums and a rising cheer from the gathered masses. Leading the way are the priests, swinging great bronze censers that trail fragrant plumes of frankincense and myrrh. Behind them march the elite of Akhman's army, rows of soldiers in shining bronze breastplates, helms topped with horsehair, spears glinting in the sun. Standard bearers lift banners of crimson and gold, symbols of the two lands, high above the throng. Akhman's chariot moves forward, wheels creaking on the limestone avenue, scattering fresh petals that young girls have laid in the path. The air is alive with cries of adoration, life, prosperity, health to the son of Ra. and the rhythmic chanting of the priests. The people surge forward, desperate to catch a glimpse of their god-king. Merchants in colored robes, weavers and fishermen, children riding their fathers' shoulders, old women waving palm fronds. Through the heart of Thebes, the procession winds. The city itself is ablaze with color. Streamers flutter from rooftop to rooftop. Market stalls overflow with dates, onions, and honey cakes, set out as humble offerings. In every doorway, faces are turned to Akhman, some shining with awe, others tight with hope. A few shadowed by jealousy or doubt. Akhman stands tall, his right hand raised in blessing, his posture regal and serene. He does not smile. A god-king must remain mysterious, distant, unshaken. Yet his gaze sweeps the crowd, lingering on faces both familiar and foreign. He notes the haggard look of a grain merchant, the proud bearing of a soldier's wife, the sullen eyes of a young priest. Every gesture is recorded in his mind, to be pondered later. The chariot halts at intervals for rituals. At one stop, a group of priests kneels before Akhman, offering baskets of grapes and figs, tokens of gratitude for a bountiful season. At another, children sing a hymn, their voices pure and sweet as Nile water. Akhman receives these gifts in silence, bestowing a blessing with a slow wave of his hand. Each blessing is both a benediction and a promise, a reminder that the gods favor those who remain loyal. As the avenue narrows and the procession approaches the great temple of Amun, the crowd grows denser. Massive pylons, covered in reliefs of past pharaohs and scenes of divine triumph, loom ahead. The temple gates, gilded and tall as trees, are thrown open, and a hush falls over the crowd. Akhman's chariot stops. Nebet signals the guards. Soldiers form a protective corridor as Akhman descends, the sun glinting off his golden armor. The high priest, shrouded in white and gold, awaits at the steps with a retinue of lesser priests. All bow low, the priest's shaved head gleaming in the sun. Akhman ascends the steps, each footfall echoing in the sacred hush. The crowd's breath seems to pause. Inside, the air is cool, thick with incense and mystery. But for now, Akhman remains outside, framed by columns and the adoration of his people. A living bridge to the sacred procession has not just shown the glory of the pharaoh. It has reminded Thebes that Egypt endures, by faith, by power, and by the unbreakable will of its king. As the sun dips lower, casting a molten glow over Thebes, Pharaoh Akhman withdraws from the public eye. The sacred procession has left him both invigorated and drained, a living paradox that only a pharaoh can understand. The cheers of the crowd echo in his memory, but it is not their adoration that tugs at his thoughts. Rather, it is the darker currents running beneath Egypt's golden surface. Whispers of unrest, dreams that gnaw at his spirit, the ever-present threat of betrayal. With Nebet's quiet efficiency, Akhman is led through a labyrinth of narrow passageways, away from the palace's grandeur and watchful eyes. Here the walls are bare, the air cool and heavy with secrecy. Torches flicker along the stone, their flames illuminating a hidden door. One few know exists, and fewer still dare to. Nebet gives a coded knock, and the door slides aside, revealing a small, shadowy chamber lit only by a few oil lamps. The walls are covered in strange symbols and star maps, arcane, forbidden knowledge recorded in ochre and lapis. Sinkas, the atmosphere is thick with incense, a heady blend of myrrh and blue lotus, meant to ward off eavesdroppers and evil spirits. Within the chamber waits Sitra, the pharaoh's most trusted advisor, and his greatest enigma. Sitra is a striking figure, tall, draped in deep indigo linen, her skin a dark, lustrous bronze. Her hair is intricately braided, adorned with tiny silver charms, and a jagged scar slices across her right cheek. A mark from a childhood survived on the streets of Memphis before her rise as a seer and confidant. Her almond-shaped eyes are sharp, endlessly deep, quick to appraise friend and foe alike. Sitra bows, but not as deeply as the others. Her relationship with Akhman is built not on fear, but on a dangerous, necessary honesty. Nebit remains outside, posted as a silent sentry. "You look tired, mighty one," Sitra says softly. Her voice is smooth as river stones. "The crowd was restless today. Did you feel it?" Akhman sinks onto a cushioned bench, the stiffness of ceremony melting away. "Restless, yes. Grateful, but also hungry. For bread, for answers, for hope." He studies Sitra, his mask slipping just a little. "You heard the rumors then?" She nods, drawing closer. From a small wooden box, she produces a handful of papyrus scrolls and amulets. The high priests murmur about the harvest, and some merchants grumble about new taxes. There are darker rumors too, a plot among the priests in Memphis, poisonings in the market, an envoy from the east asking too many questions. And last night, a falling star was seen over the western desert. An omen, perhaps. Akhman's fingers tighten around the edge of the bench. The priest's fears are useful if harnessed. But poison... He shakes his head. "I want you to find the root, quietly." Sitra's scarred lips twist into a knowing smile. "I already have men watching the priests and the market. The high priest of Amun is not as loyal as he pretends. He writes letters to Memphis behind your back." She produces a folded scrap of papyrus written in the priest's own hand. Akhman reads quickly, eyes narrowing. "Keep him close," he murmurs. "Sometimes it's better to watch a snake than to kill it." Sitra moves to the low table at the chamber's center. She unrolls a faded star map, points to a cluster of symbols near the western edge. "There is another matter. The omens in your dreams. They match the alignment seen in the sky last night. Osiris and Set in conflict. It means change is coming, but the outcome is hidden. I suggest we make offerings at dawn, and watch carefully who comes to the temple." Akhman nods, fatigue returning to his face. "Sometimes I envy the gods. They do not dream. They do not bleed." He pauses, allowing the silence to settle between them. Sitra kneels at his feet, placing her hands on his. "But they also do not love, nor do they hope. Your burdens are terrible, but they make you more than a statue in gold. They make you Pharaoh and a man." Akhman meets her gaze, the weight of the day softening for a moment. "You're the only one who speaks to me like that," he admits quietly. "Because I know what it is to hunger, to fear, to hide," Sitra replies, eyes fierce. "But together we will keep Egypt safe. Your enemies are clever, but they are not invincible." The moment lingers, a rare sanctuary from the relentless demands of rule. But then the palace clock strikes and duty calls. Akhman stands, regathering his composure. "See to the priests, send my spies to the eastern envoy. And Sitra, if you dream tonight, tell me what you see." Sitra bows, a wry smile on her lips. "Always, mighty one." Akhman slips from the chamber, his mind abuzz with plans and premonitions. The shadows cling to his robes as he rejoins Nebit in the corridor. Here, in this small room, conspiracies are born, loyalty is tested, and the fate of Egypt hangs on whispers. Night falls over Thebes in a cloak of indigo and gold. The air is thick with incense and anticipation. Torches flicker in the courtyards as priests in spotless linen lead the way through colonnades adorned with carvings of gods and kings. Pharaoh Akhman, cleansed and anointed, walks at the center of the procession. a solitary figure haloed in firelight, more myth than man. The temple of Amun rises before him, a vast, mysterious fortress whose pylons are painted with tales of creation, war, and divine blessing. Its gates, bronze studded with lapis and carnelian, swing open with a groan. Columns as thick as ancient trees hold up a ceiling painted with the night sky, constellations traced in gold leaf. Inside, the light is dim, the air heavy with centuries of secrets and the whispered prayers of the city. The high priest stands waiting in the sanctuary, taller than most men, his head shaved and his skin painted with holy oils. His pectoral gleams with amethyst and turquoise. His eyes, sharp as a falcon's, rarely blink. Behind him, lesser priests chant and wave censers, clouds of frankincense rolling down the steps in ghostly waves. At his signal, drums and sistrums begin their slow, hypnotic rhythm. Akhmen's steps are measured, ceremonial. Each stride is watched by 100 eyes, some reverent, some jealous, all aware that in this moment, the line between pharaoh and deity blurs. He approaches the foot of Amun's great statue, a colossus carved of ebony, seated upon a gilded throne, with eyes of pure crystal that catch and scatter torchlight into rainbows. A priest kneels, offering a golden basin. Akhmen dips his fingers, sprinkles water upon the stone, and bows. The high priest recites an ancient invocation. Prident O Amun, hidden one who rides the wind, hear now the plea of your son. Grant him wisdom, strength, and the favor of the gods. The chamber reverberates with the echo of that plea. Akhmen rises, approaching the altar with his offerings. A bag of gold dust, a perfect white bull led by silent handlers, a basket of pomegranates and figs. He kneels, head bowed, hands raised high in supplication. For a moment, even the priests fall silent. Oh wait. His mind, though, is not silent. As he kneels before the statue, Akhmen feels the pull of the ancient contract. A pact made by his ancestors, sealed in blood and stone. He is pharaoh not by birth alone, but by promise that he will be both protector and servant, a bridge between the mortal and the eternal. He wonders for a moment if Amun truly listens, or if the statue is only stone after all. The high priest circles the pharaoh, chanting and scattering sacred herbs. May your enemies fall before you. May Egypt's borders expand. May the flood be bountiful, and famine kept far from your gates. Priests step forward, presenting scrolls inscribed with prayers and prophecies. Akhmen listens, though the words sometimes blur into a single, eternal song, a melody of expectation, obligation, and hope. At the climax of the rite, the high priest approaches with a golden scepter, shaped like a lotus blossom. He touches it to Akhmen's brow and speaks the final blessing. Purnam, you are the living Horus, beloved of Amun. The two lands rise and set by your will. Carry the gods within you, mighty one. A tremor passes through the crowd. Attendants carefully collect the offerings, priests bow low, and the musicians let their song fall into silence. Akhmen stands, arms raised, eyes alight with firelight. I will serve and I will rule, he declares. His voice is steady, echoing from pillar to pillar, filling the immense darkness with power. May Egypt know peace, and may the gods remain ever near. The assembled priests and attendants fall to their knees, the stone floor thudding with 100 foreheads in perfect unity. Akhmen closes his eyes for a heartbeat, allowing himself to feel, truly feel, the immensity of this legacy. It is a burden, yes, but also a gift. Alone before Amun, he is a man, but with Egypt behind him, he is a god. The ceremony ends. The high priest bows, whispering, beware those who smile with honey on their tongues, Pharaoh. Even here, in the house of the gods, shadows gather. It is a warning and a prayer. Akhmen turns and walks slowly from the sanctuary, every step lit by fire and shadow. The city beyond is silent, waiting for the god-king to emerge. Tonight, the contract is renewed. For another day, Egypt. The sacred rites at the temple of Amun have ended. But for Pharaoh Akhman, the night is far from over. The business of ruling an empire does not sleep. It only shifts form, growing sharper, more urgent in the hush that settles after sundown. As the last prayers drift into silence, and the moon climbs above the rooftops, Akhman returns not to his private chambers, but to the council hall. There, Egypt's fate will be weighed by torchlight and whispered words. The council chamber is stark by royal standards. A wide stone room with walls etched with maps, rosters, and the names of ancient enemies and allies. At the center, a massive cedar table dominates, its surface crowded with ivory markers, rolled papyri, and goblets of date wine. The ceiling is low, the only light coming from oil lamps, whose glow casts wavering shadows on the faces of those gathered. Tonight's council is a select assembly. General Ramos, the oldest and most trusted of Akhmen's commanders, sits stiffly at one end, his weathered face half in shadow. His bronze breastplate gleams beneath a scarlet sash. Opposite him, the young but brilliant General Nefru leans forward, fingers drumming on a map of Nubian borderlands. Between them, a handful of key advisors, spy masters in hooded cloaks, scribes with ink-stained fingers, and the ever-present Nebet, who stands just behind the pharaoh's chair, ready to record every word. Akhman enters, shedding his ceremonial robe for a robe of deep indigo, embroidered subtly with protective symbols. He moves with a calm gravity, acknowledging each counselor with a nod. There is no throne here, no dais, only the table and the gravity of decisions to be made. General Ramos is the first to speak, his voice a gravelly rumble. Bandits grow bolder in the delta. My pharaoh. 3 merchant caravans lost in a fortnight. The local magistrate begs for more soldiers. General Nefru follows, her tone crisp, reports from the eastern border. Hyksos traders, but spies among them. They ask questions about the garrison at Pelusium. I advise caution, and perhaps a show of force. Akhman listens, hands steepled. He directs sharp questions. What of the Nubian tribute? Which magistrate is loyal? Are the bandit raids mere theft, or something more? And each answer reveals another layer of the tapestry that is Egypt's fragile peace. The spy master, a slight figure in a shadowy cloak, produces a folded scroll. A message from Memphis, mighty one, the high priest's messenger. It seems the rumors are true. He courts favor with your rivals in the north. I can have him watched or removed. The council's voices linger in Akhman's mind, long after the chamber empties. Alone at last, he returns to his bedchamber. Is silent now. The laughter and music of the earlier banquet faded into the whisper of night wind in the lotus gardens. Akhman, shorn of his regalia, feels suddenly smaller than the shadow he casts in the torchlight. He reclines upon his low bed, the coolness of linen against his skin, a small comfort. The window is open, letting in the distant calls of owls and the scent of night-blooming lilies. His thoughts are knots, the high priest's treachery, the threat of rebellion, the hunger in his people's eyes. Yet exhaustion overtakes him. He closes his eyes, surrendering to a realm where he is not pharaoh, just a soul, adrift. In dreams, the world shifts. The walls of the palace dissolve, replaced by a great river whose waters shimmer with a strange, silvery light. Akhman stands on the bank, barefoot in the cool silt, wearing only a simple white tunic. Across the river the land glows golden, but the sky above is bruised with storm clouds. He senses he is not alone. Shadows rise from the water, figures with the heads of ibis and jackal. Gods he knows by heart. Yet he does not fear. Instead, he feels a gravity pulling him forward, and he steps into the water, finding it warm and heavy, as if moving through time itself. Halfway across, the water stills, the world hushes. Osiris, lord of the afterlife, rises from the far shore. Towering and regal, his skin glows green, his face kind yet implacable. He wears the white crown of Upper Egypt, and his eyes, deep as eternity, burn with knowledge. Osiris gestures, and suddenly Akhman stands before him, weightless, naked to the spirit. Osiris speaks, his voice echoing with 1,000 generations. Why do you doubt, son of Ra? Why do you carry the crown as if it were a burden of iron, and not the feather of Ma'at? Akhman cannot speak at first. His mouth is dry, his mind scrambled with guilt and longing. But he finds his voice, because I am afraid, not of death, but of failing Egypt, of the god's silence, of being forgotten like dust swept into the desert. Osiris's eyes narrow, not in anger, but in infinite patience. The Nile floods and recedes, kings rise and fall, all things pass, but the balance endures. Beware the serpent coiled at your feet, he who comes smiling, and beware your own pride, for it is the gate by which chaos enters. As Osiris speaks, the river stirs. Out of its depths rise ghostly hands, ancestors, dead pharaohs, the faces of those Akhman loved and lost. Their voices murmur in a language he cannot quite recall. Remember, they whisper. Remember the promise. Akhman tries to reach them, but his hands pass through mist. Panic claws at him. The river suddenly surges, and he is swept beneath the surface, tumbling through visions. Fields burning, temples in ruin, his own face broken and old. Then, as suddenly as the current pulled him under, he bursts free, gasping for breath, to find Osiris waiting. Choose Akhman, Osiris intones. Lead with justice or fall to madness. The gods watch, and so do the dead. A final flash, the serpent, jaws gaping, strikes at Akhman's heel. He awakens with a cry, drenched in sweat, his heart racing. Moonlight fills his chamber, soft and cold. For a moment, Akhman is not certain what is dream and what is prophecy. His hands shake as he pours himself water. His mouth tastes of fear and river silt. While he sits on the edge of the bed, head in hands, the images burn behind his eyes. Osiris's warning, the ancestors murmur, the serpents strike. His body feels heavy, yet his mind is wild, as if the gods themselves had used him as a canvas for their messages. He rises and walks to the window, looking out over the silent city. Thebes sleeps, but Akhman knows that tomorrow the burden of rule will return heavier than ever. He whispers a prayer, not to Amun nor to Ra, but to Osiris, Lord of truth and judgment. Let me lead with justice. Let me be remembered not as a tyrant or a fool, but as one who kept the balance, even for a season. The stars shimmer above, distant and cold. Somewhere in the shadows a serpent slides unseen, and Akhman, for all his crowns and titles, feels more mortal than ever. But the night is not yet over. He must carry these omens forward, must learn, must change, must endure. For such is the fate of the living god, chosen not just to rule, but to dream. Dawn is still a distant promise as Akhman wanders his private gardens, sleep driven from his eyes by the fever of dreams and the ache of memory. The palace is silent, but for the distant murmur of water in the lotus pool, and the chirr of insects hiding among the reeds. Alone, barefoot, and draped in a simple linen robe, Akhman walks beneath palm trees that sway in the night wind, their shadows long and tangled on the marble paths. He pauses by a pond, its surface moonlit and still. White lilies float on the water, their petals closed in sleep. The reflection that stares back at him is almost unrecognizable. Haunted eyes, jaw clenched, hair loose from its careful braids. He runs his fingers through the strands, tugging free a bead of gold. The gesture feels both trivial and momentous, as if he were shedding a piece of the armor he wears for the world. The events of the day swirl in his mind, the awe and terror of the procession, the feasting and secrets at the banquet, the whispers in the shadowy council, and, above all, the warning of Osiris in his dreams. Akhman recalls his childhood, how he once believed the world simple and Egypt eternal, how his father taught him to ride, and his mother whispered songs about the stars. Those days seem impossibly distant now, walled off by duty and fear. He sits at the edge of the pond, knees drawn up, arms wrapped around them like a boy. For a few moments he lets himself grieve, not just for the threat of betrayal or the weight of kingship, but for the person he used to be before the double crown pressed its burden on his brow. He wonders, if he were not Pharaoh, what would remain? A memory in someone's heart, a statue in the sand, or nothing at all? A soft breeze stirs the lilies. Akhman closes his eyes and breathes deeply, the scent of damp earth and water soothing his frayed nerves. He murmurs prayers, not in the formulaic tones the priests require, but in the plain language of longing, for wisdom, for the safety of his people, for the strength to do what must be done, means walking alone. He hears footsteps behind him. It is Nebet, as always, silent and gentle in the gloom. The chamberlain does not speak, but stands a respectful distance away, understanding that sometimes a king needs silence more than company. Akhman acknowledges him with a small nod, appreciating the rare comfort of someone who expects nothing but presence. Time passes. The stars shift. Akhman rises and walks the garden paths, pausing to touch the rough bark of an acacia, to listen to the night birds hidden in the foliage. He tries to empty his mind, but memories and worries rise like reeds in the Nile. The bandits at the borders, the merchants who plot, the priests with their honeyed threats, and the serpent that struck in his dream. He stands at the edge of the garden, looking out over the dark city. Thebes, from here, seems small, its flickering lamps no brighter than the fireflies darting above the lotus pond. Yet it is a world unto itself, fragile and fierce, and it is his to defend or to lose. Akhman's vigil is both penance and preparation. The first threads of gray appear in the eastern sky, chasing away the velvet night. The birds begin to call, tentative at first, then bolder, their song rising with the light. He breathes in the dawn, feeling its promise and its burden. Soon he will step back into his roles: god, king, judge, warrior. The mask will return, the voice will command, the secrets will multiply. But in these last moments before the world wakes, Akhman allows himself to simply be. A soul shaped by love and fear, hope and regret. He turns to Nebet and speaks quietly. Let the council gather at sunrise. We have much to do. Nebet bows, vanishing into the shadows. Akhman stands alone a moment longer, drinking in the last sweetness of solitude. The sky lightens. The day begins anew. Morning bursts over Thebes in a riot of color and noise, as the city comes alive with the clamor of merchants, artisans, and beggars. Stalls laden with pomegranates, onions, bronze tools, and blue-dyed linen line the wide avenues. The river brings fresh fish and travelers. The alleys echo with the cries of donkeys and the haggling of buyers. Yet beneath the market's bustle there is an undercurrent of unease, a restlessness that runs counter to the city's usual rhythm. Unbeknownst to most, a pair of eyes observes from the shadows. These belong to Ka-Seti, the pharaoh's chief spy, cloaked in a simple robe that hides both rank and intent. Ka-Seti's face is sharp, his dark skin weathered by years spent outdoors. Every wrinkle is a map of secrets, every movement calculated. He blends in, moving from stall to stall, pretending to examine a pile of garlic, listening to the gossip that flows more freely than wine. Today, the rumors are heavier. There are mutters of rising bread prices and soldiers demanding bribes for safe passage across the river. Some whisper about the high priest, how he seeks favor with Memphis, how his prayers have grown louder as the Nile's waters fall. The name of Pharaoh Akhman surfaces again and again, some with praise, others with worry or even scorn. Ka-Seti lingers near the basket maker's stall, where an old woman, her face like cracked papyrus, hisses to her daughter, "The gods send omens. The river is low. My cousin saw a star fall in the west. Bad luck for the king." The daughter shushes her. But Ka-Seti has heard enough. In a nearby corner, two priests in white linen argue in low voices, glancing nervously over their shoulders. Ka-Seti edges closer, pretending to study trinkets. The younger priest spits on the ground. Akhman grows too bold. He questions the gods, the high priest says. He keeps strange company, witches, soldiers, foreigners. The gods will not bless him forever. Ka-Seti's heart tightens, though his face remains unreadable. He knows that rumors, once loosed, can become arrows. He watches a gang of boys run by, their laughter shrill, and notes how quickly their play gives way to nervous glances at the temple's looming shadow. Fear is catching. Soon, it spreads. As Ka-Seti gathers intelligence, he sees something out of place, a merchant handing a sealed packet to a foreigner in a red cloak. The exchange is too quick, too secretive. Ka-Seti narrows his eyes, filing away faces and gestures. Foreigners in Thebes are common enough, but those who keep to the shadows usually have secrets worth knowing. The marketplace clamor rises and falls, blending ordinary concerns with the deeper, darker murmurs that only a practiced ear can detect. Ka-Seti decides he has heard enough for now. He slips away, weaving through crowds, heading for the palace. His message is urgent, and the pharaoh must know that the city's heart beats with anxiety. As he leaves, a flock of ibis takes flight from the riverbank. Startled by the sudden barking of dogs, Ka-Seti pauses, watching the birds rise and scatter, a sign the priests would call an omen. He shakes his head, quickens his pace, and disappears into the maze of Thebes. The palace courtyard is a jewel in the heart of Thebes, a place of manicured palms, sculpted hedges, and fountains that murmur beneath the gaze of lion-headed statues. Here, golden sunlight filters through clusters of date trees, dappling the smooth white stone with shifting shadows. The courtiers who walk these paths are as well pruned as the hedges themselves, every movement practiced, every glance calculated. Yet beneath this surface calm, a new drama simmers. Three nobles stand in a tight circle beneath the shelter of a fig tree, their voices low but urgent. Meresunk, a sharp-featured woman in a robe the color of the Nile at dusk, leads the conversation. Her eyes are quick, darting from shadow to sunlight. Beside her, Lord Hecanefer, tall and broad-shouldered, sports a golden amulet shaped like a falcon's claw, a symbol of his connection to the royal house. The third, Kasa, is older, thin as a reed, his fingers always twitching, his tongue sharper than any scribe's pen. Meresunk begins, her voice barely above a whisper. "Did you hear the priest this morning?" Their hymns grow darker. They speak of omens, flood and famine. The people murmur, and the markets are restless. Hecanefer nods, jaw clenched. If the Nile fails again, there will be riots. Akhman must act, or the city will devour itself. But instead, he closes himself with spies and that witch woman, Sitra. Kasa's laugh is soft and cruel. The pharaoh is clever, but cleverness is no shield against hunger. I hear he dreams of serpents and gods. Perhaps his mind is as troubled as the river. Their words twist together like reeds in the current. No one trusts anyone, not fully, yet a common worry unites them. The sense that the court's power is slipping, that a single misstep could tumble them from privilege into ruin. From the far side of the courtyard, a pair of guards stroll past, their bronze weapons gleaming in the sun. The nobles fall silent, faces fixed in easy smiles, until the danger passes. The illusion of peace is never far from breaking. Heckennefer leans closer, voice now barely audible. If Ackman cannot command the gods, perhaps he should not command Thebes. The priests grow bold. I have friends among them. They would support a change. If the time was right. Merisonk narrows her eyes. You speak of treason. That is a word with teeth, my lord. Casa shrugs. Treason is simply another name for survival. If the gods turn their backs, already there are whispers that the high priest receives messengers from Memphis, and even from Hatti. If the pharaoh's enemies unite, Merisonk cuts him off, raising a hand. She has spotted a shadow moving near the columns. For a heartbeat, the trio freezes, fearing a spy, but it is only a pair of young serving girls, their arms filled with fresh-cut lotus and folded linens. The women pass quickly, eyes lowered, but the moment's tension lingers. Heckennefer straightens, adjusting his falcon amulet. We must be cautious. Too many ears. But if famine strikes again, the court must be ready to act. Better we plan now than wait for chaos to find us. Merisonk nods, lips tight. Gather your allies quietly. Speak to no one you do not trust with your life. I will listen to the priests. Casa, watch the markets for signs of unrest. We meet again in 3 nights, when the moon is dark. Their hands touch briefly. An unspoken oath, and the trio dissolves into the flow of courtiers. They slip away, each carried by private worries, watching over their shoulders for spies in every shadow. Above them, a dove coos from the fig tree, oblivious to the storm brewing below. The fountains continue their gentle song, but the peace of the palace is thin as a reed in drought. Far away, in a shaded alcove, Khoseti, the pharaoh's chief spy, notes the trio's whispered meeting. His eyes narrow. The web of intrigue tightens, and every strand leads back to the throne. The sun has reached its zenith, filling the palace with an almost blinding gold. In the heart of the royal complex, where few ever walk unescorted, lies Sitra's chamber, a place of quiet shadows and fragrant incense. While the rest of the court is caught in their web of politics and rumors, here in this haven, the pharaoh finds a rare clarity. Ackman enters unannounced, his face drawn with the weight of sleepless nights and whispered threats. Sitra, seated cross-legged on a low mat, is surrounded by bowls of burning myrrh and small clay tablets etched with star patterns. She wears a gown of deep indigo, hair pulled back to reveal the scar across her cheek. Her eyes, dark, intelligent, fiercely alive, rise to meet Ackman's with unguarded concern. He doesn't waste time with formalities. The city murmurs, the priests plot, the nobles meet in shadows. How deep does this go, Sitra? Sitra motions for him to sit. Her voice is low, almost musical. It goes as deep as the Nile itself, Pharaoh. But the current is changing. Khoseti returned this morning with troubling news. The priests and the market are restless. There is talk of famine, of omens of your leadership. Ackman settles beside her, his posture tense. The high priest grows bold. I saw it in his eyes at the temple. Now the nobles gather under fig trees. Even the merchants are watching to see which way the wind blows. Sitra finishes for him. She leans forward, picking up a small amulet in the shape of an open eye. It is not just the Nile's flood they fear, but the flood of change. Many wonder if the gods have turned their faces. They need a sign, Akhman, something that reminds them the pharaoh is not just a man in gold, but the living Horus. He considers her words, staring into the curling smoke. What sign can I give them? I cannot conjure rain or bring bread to empty tables overnight. No, Sitra agrees, but you can show strength where others show fear. Address the people yourself in the market. Walk among them as your father once did. Let them see your face. Let them hear your voice, not just the words of priests and scribes. Akhman's jaw clenches. He is not a man who relishes spectacle. But Sitra is rarely wrong. And what of the traitors? He asks, voice tight. How do I deal with whispers in the palace? Sitra's eyes narrow. With patience, and with eyes sharper than the cobra's. Let Ka-Seti do what he does best. Give the nobles rope. Let them reveal themselves. Sometimes the promise of reward is more dangerous than the threat of punishment. She places the eye-shaped amulet in Akhman's hand, her fingers lingering for a moment. Wear this tonight when you sleep. It is for protection and for sight. The dreams you have are not just warnings, but maps. If you are brave enough to follow them. He nods, closing his fist around the amulet. Thank you, Sitra. There are few I trust in this world. Fewer still who speak to me as a man, not a god. She gives him a wry smile. Even gods need counsel, mighty one. Remember, shadows grow longest just before the dawn. But they always recede. Akhman stands, new resolve in his posture. Send word to the palace guards. Let the city know I will visit the market at dawn. And Sitra, watch the priests. Trust no one. She bows deeply, as is her custom, then looks up with a fierce, protective tenderness. I trust what I see, Akhman, and what I see is a king who refuses to be ruled by fear. He leaves, clutching the amulet, his heart heavier but his mind sharpened by Sitra's unwavering clarity. As the chamber door closes, Sitra returns to her star maps, her prayers a silent shield against the gathering storm. Palace's secluded wing, where walls are draped in imported silks, and the floors echo with quiet footsteps, resides Queen Ankhesenamun, the pharaoh's consort, and, many say, his only true equal. The queen's chambers are an oasis. Soft light filters through latticed windows, dappling the floor with honeyed gold, and every surface seems to whisper luxury and grace. But beneath the elegance is a keen mind, as formidable as any general or priest in the court. Akhman comes to her without ceremony, pushing aside the beaded curtain that shields her room from prying eyes. Ankhesenamun is already waiting, reclining on a low couch, hands folded over her lap, an ivory tablet with fresh ink at her side. She is young, but carries herself with an air of serene confidence. Her skin glows with health, and her eyes, large, dark, and shrewd, miss nothing. Her braided hair is crowned with delicate gold and turquoise, and her simple linen gown is adorned with a sash of lapis blue. She gestures for her attendants to leave. With practiced obedience, they slip into the shadows, leaving only the scent of lotus lingering behind. Akhman seats himself beside her, weariness showing in his posture. For a long moment they are silent, husband and wife, king and queen, partners in burdens no others can share. At last Ankhesenamun speaks. I have heard the city is restless, and the court more so. What do you need of me, my husband? Akhman's voice is low. Truth, above all. I am surrounded by whispers, some loyal, some venomous. The priests stir, the nobles conspire, the people grow anxious. Even the gods are silent. She studies his face, reading every line. You must not let them see your fear. Egypt has never needed a king more than now. But you are not alone, Akhmen. There are those who still love you, and those who fear you. He leans forward, dropping his voice to a whisper. Sitra counsels me to show strength, to walk among the people. The council urges me to crush my enemies outright. I am tired, Ankhesenamun, tired of masks and games. She places her hand over hers touch. Gentle but firm. Then let us speak plainly, just for a moment, without the weight of crowns. If you wish to win the heart of Egypt, do not just rule from the throne. Walk among your people, yes, but also let them see your kindness. Feed the hungry, heal the sick, show that the Pharaoh is both mighty and merciful. Remember, Akhmen, your father was loved not because he was feared, but because he was just. He smiles faintly, the tension in his jaw easing for the first time in days. You sound like my mother. Your mother was a wise woman, Ankhesenamun replies, with a smile of her own. And you are not her, nor your father. You are yourself. And that is why you must trust your own heart. Outside, a distant rumble of thunder hints at the coming season's first storm. Ankhesenamun rises, moving to the window. She watches the clouds gather over the distant hills and turns back to Akhmen. The people are like the river, Akhmen. They will flood their banks if pressed, but with gentle guidance, they bring life to the land. He stands, moving to her side. Together, they watch the gathering storm, united in purpose, for a brief, quiet moment. Thank you, he says softly, pressing his forehead to hers in an intimate gesture. Rarely seen by the world, for your strength, for your counsel, for reminding me that I am more than a title. She smiles, resting her hand on his cheek. Rule wisely, my king. And remember, you are never alone. The moment passes, and duty calls them back to their separate spheres. But as Akhmen leaves the queen's chamber, his heart is lighter, the path ahead a little clearer, lit by the wisdom and love of his most trusted companion. Dawn breaks over Thebes, washing the city in pink and gold. The palace is already awake, servants bustling through halls, guards shifting to their day posts, priests whispering prayers for protection. Today is different. Today, Pharaoh Akhmen will walk among his people, not as a distant god-king, but as a man who seeks the pulse of his city. Attendants dress Akhmen in simple but fine linen, his usual gold and jeweled pectorals left behind. His only ornament is Sitra's amulet, an open eye, hanging from a leather cord around his neck. His hair is loosely tied, and the black kohl outlining his eyes is subtle. By his side stands Ka Seti, the chief spy, now appearing as nothing more than a palace guard in plain clothes. A small group of trusted bodyguards, dressed like ordinary men, drift through the streets at a distance, far from hidden blades. Akhmen steps out of a back gate, avoiding the main entrance, where nobles and petitioners gather. The morning air is brisk, filled with the scents of bread baking and river mud warming in the sun. His sandals crunch on gravel as he passes through the city's narrow lanes, blending into the flow of early risers. The market is already crowded. Merchants call out, their voices hoarse with excitement or worry. Stalls overflow with pottery, spices, linen, and fresh fruit. Children weave between the legs of cattle and baskets of leeks. Everyone is bargaining, loudly, passionately, the very soul of Egypt on display. At first, few notice the pharaoh. Without his crown, He is simply another man with noble bearing and curious eyes. He moves slowly, pausing to listen to a potter's lament about the rising cost of clay, to a fisherman's story of a poor catch. An old woman shoves a basket of onions in his face, her toothless grin wide and bold. "Good morning, young sir. The gods be with you. Buy an onion for luck?" Ackman smiles and buys two, handing her a copper coin. The crowd parts slightly as he moves deeper into the market. A baker, recognizing him at last, falls to his knees, shouting, "Life, prosperity, and health to the son of Ra." At once, a ripple of realization spreads. Trader's bow. A mother presses her child's head down, whispers fill the air. It is the Pharaoh. A mixture of awe and anxiety, Ackman raises a hand, his voice calm. "Stand, all of you. Today I am not your god. I am your neighbor. I come to listen." His words travel swiftly, quieting some and emboldening others. A young girl tugs at his robe, asking why the river is low. A group of laborers beg for fair wages. A pair of priests, trailing behind, look uneasy but keep their distance. Ka-Seti keeps close watch, his gaze flickering over faces, searching for signs of trouble. The market's usual chaos simmers, down to an electric hum, expectation thick in the air. Ackman stops at a stall where a farmer with dirt-caked hands sells withered cabbages. "It was a hard season, Majesty," the farmer says, bowing low, "but we do our best. We need hope. We need bread." Ackman kneels to the farmer's level, voice kind but strong. "You will have both. I will see to it that grain is released from the palace storehouses. No family will starve while I am Pharaoh." Cheers erupt, mingled with tears of gratitude. The market comes alive, not just with the business of buying and selling, but with new hope. Ackman listens to their needs, promising only what he can give. His words measured but sincere. He continues, receiving both praise and complaints. Always listening, always learning. He notices a merchant handing a sealed scroll to a nervous young man, and makes a mental note to alert Ka-Seti later. In every corner, he sees the signs of unrest, but also the enduring strength of his people. By mid-morning, the sun climbs higher, and Ackman prepares to return to the palace. Before he goes, he speaks from the heart of the market, his voice carrying over the heads of the crowd rilled. "I am Pharaoh. Because you trust me, I cannot command the river, but I can command myself, and I promise to rule with justice and compassion. If you hunger, I will feed you. If you fear, I will protect you. The gods watch us all, but it is together that we build Egypt's future." Applause rises, raw and heartfelt, as Ackman slips away, guided by Ka-Seti and the guards. The people's spirits lift, their burdens made lighter for a day. Back in the palace, the word spreads quickly. The Pharaoh walked among his people, and he listened. The heat of the day has reached its peak. By the time Ackman returns to the palace, the dust of the city still clinging to his sandals and skin. Word of his visit to the market has spread like wildfire, setting both hope and unease ablaze in equal measure. Yet no sooner has he crossed the threshold of the throne room than Nebet appears at his side, tightening the air. "High Priest Menenhet awaits you in the solar court, Majesty," Nebet whispers, voice strained. He would not be kept waiting. Ackman nods and steels himself, discarding the last traces of humility he wore among his people. In the bright marble court at the palace's center, Menenhet stands like a column of salt. Tall, broad-shouldered, draped in white linen robes trimmed with blue and gold, his shaved head gleaming. He holds the staff of Amun, the golden ram's head atop it glittering in the sunlight. His eyes are cold, unreadable, but his smile is courteous, almost sly. Attendants and lesser priests ring the court's edges, their faces carefully neutral, their eyes quick and watchful. Citra lingers in the shadows of a nearby portico, her gaze fixed on the unfolding confrontation. Ackman steps forward, back straight, chin high. He matches the high priest's gaze with a calm, unblinking confidence. Menenhet bows deeply, as custom demands, but rises slowly, as if to remind everyone that his power comes from the gods themselves. Great Pharaoh, he begins, his voice sonorous, practiced. Your deeds this morning have caused much excitement. The city trembles, with joy, perhaps, but also with uncertainty. The priests have been asked many questions. The people seek reassurance from the gods, as much as from their king. Ackman offers a faint, courteous smile. I have given reassurance. I listened to the people. I promised bread and justice, as any ruler must. Menenhet's jaw tightens for a fraction of a second. The Nile is low. The omens are troubling. The temple cannot perform miracles without offerings. Pharaoh, already the granaries dwindle, and still you command more grain for the hungry. How shall we appease the gods if the altars grow bare? There it is, the threat, barely hidden by the silk of his words. Ackman steps closer, lowering his voice so only Menenhet and the nearest priests can hear. You would have me starve my people to fatten the altars? If the gods demand sacrifice, let them see I care for the living as well as the dead. Menenhet's eyes flare. He leans in, his staff pressing against the marble. You walk a dangerous path, Pharaoh. The gods made you king, but they can unmake you. The priests of Amun have long memories and many allies. For a moment, the world holds its breath. Citra's hand drifts to the knife at her belt. Nebet clenches his hands, trying to appear calm. But Ackman only smiles, a glint of steel in his eyes. The gods made me king, but the people are my flesh and blood. Without them, even Amun's temples would crumble. We will share what we have, Menenhet. My storehouses are not only for the dead. Remind the priests that Egypt endures when her children are fed, not when her vaults are full. Menenhet straightens, expression unreadable. As you wish, Pharaoh. The priests will obey for now, but remember, a hungry temple breeds hungry gods, and hungry gods are unpredictable. Ackman inclines his head. Then let us both pray. The river rises soon. The high priest bows once more, his retinue quickly gathering behind him as he sweeps from the court, robes trailing like the shadow of a storm. The gathered priests murmur among themselves, their glances flickering between Ackman and the departing Menenhet. Citra approaches, eyes shining with both admiration and worry. You have made an enemy, my king, but you have also shown your strength. Ackman's reply is quiet but fierce. I will not be ruled by fear, not from men, nor. The sun beats down, but for a moment all of Thebes feels the chill of a gathering storm. The palace at night is a different kingdom, one of flickering torchlight and deep shadows, of secrets whispered behind curtains and footsteps, muffled on rush-strewn floors. While Thebes slumbers, the true game of power unfolds, hidden from the eyes of the masses. Tonight, the air carries an undercurrent of danger, and every shadow seems to stir with purpose. Within a narrow corridor near the outer wall, Lord Hekenefer moves with calculated stealth. He has discarded his usual finery for a dark hooded cloak that blends with the gloom. His face, usually open and proud, is pinched with fear and determination. Every sense is heightened. He listens for the softest shuffle of sandals, the hush of silk against stone. Hecanefer slips into a small alcove, where a flickering lamp casts a golden pool of light on a figure already waiting. It is Kassa, his older company conspirator, nerves visible in the trembling of his hands. Their meeting is brief, words exchanged in hurried whispers. "It must be tonight," Kassa hisses, his eyes darting. "The high priest's men are ready. The message is sent. Akhman cannot survive another moon. If we wait, the queen and her spies will undo us all." Hecanefer nods grimly, his mind racing. What of the guards? Nebet suspects something. He changes the watch at random. "I have a man among them," Kassa assures. "When the midnight bell tolls, he will open the garden gate. You know your task. Leave no witnesses." A cold sweat breaks on Hecanefer's brow. Treason is not what he imagined for himself, but fear and ambition have carried him past the point of return. He hands Kassa a small pouch of gold and receives a thin-bladed dagger in exchange. The plot is simple, brutal, and unworthy of the grand halls in which it will play out. As the conspirators part, the palace returns to its hush. Unbeknownst to them, a slim figure wrapped in shadows has watched from a high balcony. It is Ka Seti, the chief spy, who slips away with the silence of a snake. In his hand is a tablet already marked with the names of traitors. Midnight approaches. The conspirators' agent, a young palace guard, stands watch at the garden gate. He glances left and right, his heart pounding so loudly he fears it might give him away. At the appointed moment, he unlatches the gate and fades into the hedge. Hecanefer, dagger in hand, steps lightly onto the path, barely breathing. Kassa follows, cloak billowing like a bat's wing, but the darkness is not their friend tonight. Ka Seti's warning has already reached the queen, and Nebet, Sitra, disguised as a servant, waits in the corridor with a pair of loyal guards. They blend into the walls, hidden in plain sight, silent and still as the gods. Hecanefer and Kassa creep toward the pharaoh's private garden, their breath fogging in the cool night air. They pause beneath a flowering acacia, the scent of its blooms almost mocking. Just as Hecanefer raises his dagger, a torch flares, blinding them. "Hold!" Citra's voice is a whip crack, icy and imperious. Guards materialize from the darkness, blades drawn. Kassa drops his dagger, falling to his knees, his courage dissolving. Hecanefer for a moment considers flight, but his legs betray him and he sags to the ground. Citra steps forward, her eyes flashing with cold fury. "Did you think shadows would hide you from the gods, or from the eyes of the pharaoh?" Kassa whimpers, begging for mercy, but Citra silences him with a look. "You will confess before the king at dawn. Your fate will be a warning to all who think treason can grow in the dark." The guards seize the traitors, dragging them away as quietly as they had come. In the garden, the only sound left is the sigh of the wind through the reeds and the slow drip of water from a broken fountain. Inside the palace, Akhman learns of the plot before sunrise. Wariness and sorrow mingle in his chest, not for himself, but for Egypt, which seems ever on the edge of ruin from those who should be its guardian. He thanks Citra and Ka Seti, his resolve hardening. Mercy must be measured, but justice cannot be delayed. As dawn glimmers on the horizon, the conspirators await judgment, and the palace wakes with the knowledge that its walls are never truly safe. The first blush of dawn spreads across the Nile, painting the palace stones with a soft, uncertain gold, while the city stirs. Life within the palace has already reached a tense and expectant pitch. The conspirators, Hecanefer, Kassa, and the traitorous guard, have spent the night under armed watch, hands bound, faces pale as alabaster. Their fate will be decided in the full glare of morning. for justice in Egypt must be seen as well as done. In the great audience hall, the atmosphere is thick with anticipation. Nobles and officials crowd the edges of the chamber, their faces a mixture of satisfaction, fear, and curiosity. No one is certain what the pharaoh will decree, but all know that the events of the night have changed the court forever. Pharaoh Akhman enters, his bearing grave but controlled. He wears a plain white robe, no crown, no jeweled collar, just the subtle authority of a ruler who does not need finery to command obedience. Queen Enkesenamun stands nearby, her expression unreadable, but her presence a silent support. Sitra and Ka Seti flank the dais, both watchful, their eyes promising swift retribution if justice falters. The prisoners are brought forward, surrounded by gods. Hekhnefer tries to meet Akhman's gaze but falters. The bravado of last night gone, Kasa is hunched and silent, staring at the floor. The young guard trembles, barely able to stand. Akhman rises from his seat, surveying the crowd and the accused. His voice, when he speaks, is measured and strong, echoing through the silent hall. Egypt endures because justice endures. Treason, born in shadows, would destroy what the sun builds each day. But I am not only Pharaoh. I am the guardian of Ma'at, of balance and truth. Hekhnefer's voice cracks as he tries to defend himself. Mercy, Majesty, we acted out of fear. The priests said famine would come, that you would doom Thebes. Akhman raises a hand, silencing him. You chose fear over loyalty. You chose ambition over duty. If every man in Egypt betrayed the throne when times grew hard, our land would be lost to the desert. Before a single generation passed, he turns to the assembled court. Let it be known, mercy is not weakness, but mercy without justice is chaos. He signals to Sitra and Ka Seti. The guard will be spared. He is young, and his service was bought by lies. He will live, but be banished to the edge of the kingdom. Hekhnefer and Kasa, however, must answer for their crime. The nobles murmur. As the sentence is pronounced, you shall be taken to the city gates at midday, where all may see the cost of treason. Let your fate remind others that Egypt is one body. Wound the head, and the whole suffers. Hekhnefer collapses in despair. Kasa silent and resigned. The guards escort them away, their steps echoing with finality. Akhman's shoulders sag as the tension leaves the room. For a long moment, he stands alone on the dais, feeling the weight of justice and sorrow. Enkesenamun joins him, placing a comforting hand on his arm. Was it right? Akhman whispers. It was necessary, she answers gently. Egypt cannot survive if her heart is weak. The court disperses, both reassured and chastened. Sitra meets Akhman's eyes with a small, approving nod. Ka Seti slips away to ensure the sentence is carried out. Outside, the city wakes to the news. The pharaoh has judged swiftly and without favoritism. Trust in the palace, though shaken, is not broken. As the morning sun rises higher, Akhman stands at the palace window, watching the crowds below. He knows this is only the first of many storms he must weather. But for today, balance is restored, and Egypt breathes a little easier. The Nile is the heart of Egypt, its pulse felt in every home and field, its moods dictating the fate of pharaohs and peasants alike. In times of plenty, the river is a blessing, but in recent months, its waters have receded, revealing cracked mud where grain once grew tall. The priests call for sacrifices. The people murmur their fears, and the city of Thebes grows tense beneath a cloudless sky. This morning, as the sun rises bright and hot, A strange commotion draws the court's attention. Servants rush through the palace, breathless with news. A shrine has been flooded, Majesty. The shrine of Sobek, down by the river. The water rose in the night and filled it to the altar. Pharaoh Akhmen wastes no time. With Sitra and Ka-Seti at his side, he crosses the palace grounds, his steps purposeful. A handful of guards and curious priests follow, the news already spreading among the market stalls. The queen watches from a balcony, her gaze both worried and hopeful. She knows the Nile's moods better than most. The shrine of Sobek is a modest temple, its walls adorned with carvings of the crocodile god who rules the river's depths. This morning, the usual hush is broken by the sound of rushing water and the anxious voices of the shrine's keepers. A stream of water, cold and clear, has crept up from the riverbank, flowing into the temple's heart, swirling around the feet of Sobek's statue, washing away dust and old offerings. Akhmen pauses at the threshold, sandals splashing in the shallow flood. For a moment he gazes at the water, neither fearful nor overjoyed. What does it mean? He asks quietly, half to himself and half to the gods. The high priest of Sobek, a wiry man with eyes as bright as river fish, bows low. Mighty one, it is a sign. Sobek is pleased. Perhaps the river will rise again. The people will have hope. Sitra's eyes narrow, reading the unease among the priests. She leans close to Akhmen. Sometimes hope is planted. It could be a trick or a message, either from friend or foe. Ka-Seti crouches at the edge of the water, testing the current with his fingers. It's not the Nile's main flood, just a branch or a burst spring. But the people will talk. They'll say Sobek blesses the king. Akhmen takes this in, his mind racing. He could ignore the omen, risking more unrest, or he could embrace it, using the river's mystery to calm his people. After a moment's thought, he steps forward, splashing up to the altar, and raises his arms so all can see. Let it be known, he declares, his voice ringing out over the gathered crowd. The gods have answered our prayers. Sobek, guardian of the Nile, sends us a sign that Egypt is not forgotten. Let offerings be brought, and let every house take heart. I will not rest until every field is green again. Cheers ripple through the onlookers. Priests scramble to arrange fresh offerings. In the markets, word spreads like wildfire. The pharaoh and the crocodile god have spoken, and perhaps the tide is turning. Sitra glances at Akhmen, a faint smile tugging at her lips. Well played, my king. Faith can be as powerful as grain in the storehouse. Ka-Seti, ever cautious, murmurs, but every sign brings new schemes. Be watchful. Not everyone will rejoice at this news. Akhmen nods, knowing the truth of both their words. He lingers a moment at the altar, offering a silent prayer, not just for rain, but for wisdom to know the difference between miracles and machinations. As the shrine fills with light, the water slowly recedes, leaving behind a renewed sense of hope, and the scent of new intrigue rising. As inevitable as the Nile's flood, the day that began in crisis ends with a rare quiet. The palace, once gripped by rumors and fear, now pulses with cautious optimism. The news of Sobek's flooded shrine has swept through Thebes faster than the Nile in spring. Some call it a miracle, others a clever trick, but to most, it is a sign. Perhaps the gods have not turned away from Egypt after all. Pharaoh Akhmen stands alone on a rooftop terrace, high above the city's crowded streets. From this vantage, he watches the sun bleed into the horizon, painting the river gold and rose. The air is cooler now, scented with jasmine and the distant smoke of evening fires. For a moment, he allows himself a deep breath, savoring the fragile peace. Nebet approaches quietly, carrying a fresh tablet of news: grain shipments ordered, wells repaired, temple offerings increased. The machinery of state turns once more, its gears freshly oiled by hope. Nebet gives a slight bow, his eyes softer than usual. The people are singing again. Majesty, the markets are full of life. Even the priests have offered extra prayers for rain. Ackman nods, gratitude and exhaustion mingling in his smile. Thank you, old friend. Sometimes I wonder if it is faith or luck that keeps Egypt alive. Nebet allows himself a rare chuckle. Perhaps it is simply stubbornness, my king. Yours, most of all. As the steward withdraws, Sitra slips onto the terrace, her indigo robe blending with the shadows. She stands beside Ackman, gazing over the rooftops, her expression unreadable. You gave them hope today, she murmurs. Not just with words or gifts, but with presence. That matters more than any miracle. He glances at her, letting his guard drop. How long will it last, do you think? Sitra shrugs, a sly smile in her eyes. Hope is a reed in the wind. It bends, but it grows back. You have weathered a storm, Ackman. That will not be forgotten. Below them, the city settles for the night. Children's laughter rising from courtyards, the low hum of prayer drifting from open windows, lovers' voices mingling with the croak of frogs along the riverbank. It is a living thing, this city, both fragile and ferocious, and it is Ackman's to protect. The queen appears, moving silently, a white shawl draped around her shoulders. She stands on Ackman's other side, slipping her hand into his. There will be more trouble, she says softly, but also more mornings like this. If you remember why you rule. Ackman draws strength from their presence. Counselor and consort, his two great pillars. I rule for Egypt, he replies, and for all those who wake each day with hope, despite their fears. If the gods demand more, let them test me. I will not fail my people. The three stand together as the last light fades, their shadows stretching long and dark across the rooftop tiles. In this brief moment, Ackman feels the trials of the past days lift from his shoulders. He knows the troubles are not truly gone. Ambition, envy, and drought remain, but he also knows that Egypt's future is not written by fate alone, but by the resolve of those who refuse to surrender. A cool breeze stirs, and Ackman straightens, eyes on the new moon, rising above the river. Tomorrow he will rise with the sun. Tomorrow he will fight again for Egypt's soul. Tonight, for the first time in many nights, he feels hope and the strength to meet whatever comes. The tranquility following the flood at Sobek's shrine is short-lived. Before dawn, Ackman's dreams are troubled by the sound of distant drums, a thrum that grows louder until it becomes the sharp rapping of Nebet's knuckles at his chamber door. Ackman sits up, shaking off sleep. Nebet enters, bearing a rolled scroll sealed with blue wax, the mark of the southern garrisons. His face is grave. Urgent news from the frontier, Majesty. The Nubian scouts are on the move. There are rumors of raiders, perhaps more. Ackman rises, dressing swiftly in travel-worn linen, the light armor he reserves for council with his generals. He moves to his private council chamber, where Sitra, Ka-Seti, and his two leading generals, Ramose and Nefru, are already assembled. Ramose is grizzled and battle-scarred, while Nefru, still in his prime, carries herself with the ease of one born for command. Sitra unrolls a map across the cedar table, her fingers tracing the southern border, where the river narrows and wild reeds grow tall. A caravan was attacked 2 days ago near the Elephantine fortress. The survivors say Nubian warriors, swift and ruthless. Some claim it was a simple raid, but others speak of banners bearing the mark of the Lion King, old enemy of your line. Nefru's brow furrows. If the Lion King moves north, it's more than a border skirmish. It means he's testing our strength, looking for weakness. After news of the drought, Ramos grunts. The border guards are loyal, but stretched thin. If we lose the garrison at Elephantine, all of Upper Egypt is exposed, and if the people hear of it, panic will spread faster than the flood. Ka Seti produces a battered token, a lion's tooth on a leather thong, found among the wreckage. They want us to know who is coming, Achman considers. Silent, his hand rests on the map, feeling the pressure of 100,000 lives between his fingers. Send word to the city, no panic. Prepare supplies for the border, and alert the palace guard. Ramos, ride south at first light. Take 200 men. Nefru, double patrols on the main roads and watch the river crossings. What omens did you see last night? Citra's eyes are distant. The stars fell out of order. It could mean chaos or change. The priests will say it is a sign of war, but dreams are not destiny, Achman. Your will must be stronger. He nods, taking strength from her words. Egypt will not fall on my watch. Not to famine, nor to war. The council disperses with new urgency, each to their tasks. Achman stands alone by the open window, gazing south. The wind carries the scent of far-off fire, of dust and danger. He closes his eyes, gathering resolve. If war is coming, he whispers, let it find me ready. The sun climbs higher over Thebes, setting the city's sandstone walls aglow. Word of the Nubian threat travels through the palace like fire through dry reeds. Servants whisper, guards double their patrols, and the market buzzes with wild rumors. But even as Pharaoh Achman orders preparations for war, an unexpected visitor arrives at the palace gates. A Nubian envoy stands in the forecourt, flanked by 2 guards in bronze and leopard skin, bearing the Lion King's standard, a golden lion on a field of crimson. The envoy is tall and imposing, his skin the deep hue of river mud, his hair gathered in tight braids threaded with beads of ivory. He wears a cloak of fine linen and a necklace of lion's teeth, a symbol both of power and of threat. Nebet greets the envoy with careful diplomacy, but the palace guards' hands never stray far from their swords. The Nubian's message is clear. He comes under a flag of parley, seeking audience with the pharaoh. Achman receives the envoy in the Hall of Two Lands, a grand chamber where north and south are joined by art and stone. Sitra, Queen Ankhesenamun, General Ramos, and Ka Seti are present, each watching the proceedings with a different brand of caution. The Nubian bows deeply, an elegant gesture, but his eyes are shrewd, always measuring. Great Pharaoh, he intones in accented Egyptian, I bring greetings from the Lion King, ruler of Kush and master of the southern sands. He sends gifts, gold dust, rare spices, and the pelt of a white lion. He also brings a warning. 2 attendants step forward, presenting the gifts, which are placed carefully at Achman's feet. The pharaoh's face remains inscrutable. We honor your king's friendship, he replies. But we have heard troubling rumors from the south. Caravans attacked, villages burned. Does the Lion King come with gifts or with threats? The envoy spreads his hands. The Nile is low in Kush as well. Hunger breeds desperation. There are bands who do not answer to any king. ours or yours. But my master warns you, if Egypt's borders move south, if soldiers cross the river, he will answer with fire and steel. He does not wish war, but he will not shrink from it. Ramose bristles, knuckles whitening on his sword hilt. Sitra studies the envoy, searching for any flicker of deceit. The queen sits poised, her presence a subtle reminder of unity and calm. Ackman stands, his height and dignity lending him the aura of a statue come to life. Tell your king, Egypt will not invade Kush, but nor will we tolerate attacks on our people. If your Lion King cannot control his own, then Egypt will act to defend her borders. And you know how far our reach can extend. The envoy inclines his head, accepting the warning, though his mouth is set in a hard line. Then let the river run red if it must, Pharaoh. But know this, a wounded lion is twice as dangerous. There is a tense pause as the two men regard each other. Across the space, it is more than words being exchanged. It is the old, silent calculation of kings. Ackman signals to Nebet, who brings forth a scroll of truce. You will carry this back to your master. Let there be peace if peace can be kept. But if not, let all the gods witness who breaks the compact. The envoy accepts the scroll, bowing once more. As he and his guards withdraw, the palace breathes out relief, but also anxiety, for even as the truce is offered, everyone senses it is only the calm before a greater storm. When the hall empties, Sitra approaches Ackman quietly. He was sincere, but afraid. There are those in Kush who want war, and others who fear what it will bring. Ackman nods, watching the sun blaze through the high windows. We prepare for peace and for battle. The gods alone know which we will need. Outside, the envoy's leopard-cloaked silhouette vanishes into the glare of midday. The palace resumes its tense activity, each soul within waiting for the next turn in Egypt's long, insane saga. The palace air, already thick with heat and tension, grows heavier as word spreads of the Nubian envoy's warning. The gifts and threats from the Lion King echo through marble halls, unsettling courtiers and servants alike. Ackman knows the time for deliberation is over. Egypt must be ready. Shadows lengthen. He summons his most trusted to the war council, a gathering reserved for moments when Egypt's fate balances on the edge of a blade. The war council convenes in a private hall beneath the palace, its walls carved with the deeds of past pharaohs. Torches flicker along the walls, casting giant shadows of men and women who know that their every word might shape the destiny of a nation. Ackman sits at the head of a long cedar table, his features composed but steely. To his right, General Ramose's scarred hands rest atop a map of the southern border, his jaw set, eyes sharp as flint. Next to him, General Nefru listens intently, her posture alert, her eyes constantly scanning the faces around her. Sitra is at Ackman's left, surrounded by rolls of papyrus marked with omens and recent intelligence. Kaseti stands behind the generals, half in shadow, ready to report or disappear as needed. Queen Ankhesenamun joins them, not as a silent observer, but as a voice of wisdom. Her presence is a signal to all. The fate of Egypt concerns not just generals and spies, but the heart and conscience of the realm. Ackman opens the council, his voice low but strong. We have been offered peace, but on the edge of a knife. The Lion King tests us, and our people are anxious. Ramose, your report? Ramose stands, pointing to carved ivory markers on the map. The Elephantine fortress is holding, but supplies are low. Nubian scouts have been seen across the river in greater numbers. Our own patrols have doubled, but morale is shaken. shaken. If Cush invades, they will strike first at the southern towns, burn crops, spread panic, then fall back to the river. Nefru leans forward, her finger tracing a line along the river. We must reinforce Elephantine and the river garrisons at once. I suggest a feigned withdrawal, then a counterattack if they cross. The men need to see your banner, Pharaoh. Ride south with the vanguard. They will fight harder for it. Ka-Seti produces another lion's tooth, this one stained with ochre. My spies say there are factions in Cush. Some want war, others peace. If we can divide them, or bribe their chieftains, we may avoid a full invasion. Sitra adds, the omens are mixed. The stars show conflict, but also opportunity. This is a moment for courage, but also for cunning. The queen's voice is clear, a calm counterpoint to the strategists. Egypt must prepare for war, but not thirst for it. Send envoys to the southern villages with grain and gifts. Remind them that Thebes protects all her children, not just those within the city's walls. Akhman listens, weighing every word. He rises, moving to the map, placing his own marker beside Elephantine. We will do as Nefru suggests. Reinforce and prepare, but not provoke. I will ride south at dawn. Ka-Seti, send agents to the Kushite factions. Sitra, watch the omens, and alert me to any sign of betrayal among our own. He looks around the table, his resolve clear. Egypt has survived flood and famine, plot and poison. We will not yield now, not to fear, nor to the Lion King. Rameau salutes, Nefru nods. Sitra and the queen share a look of solidarity. The war council breaks, every member carrying the weight of the pharaoh's charge. In the dark corridors beyond, palace staff prepare travel supplies and sharpen weapons. Whispered prayers float through the halls, some for peace, some for victory, all for the pharaoh, who now stands as Egypt's shield. As Akhman steps out into the moonlit courtyard, he feels the hush before the storm. Tomorrow he rides to the frontier, his fate and Egypt's, bound to the gathering winds of war. The palace stirs before the first hint of sunrise. Courtyards echo with the sound of boots and hooves, of weapons being checked and leather straps pulled tight. The sweet, familiar scent of the Nile drifts through the morning fog, mingling with the nervous energy of men preparing for war. Pharaoh Akhman stands at the head of the procession, armored in polished bronze and fine linen, the double crown gleaming beneath a traveling cloak. Around him are his finest warriors, veterans of earlier campaigns, their faces painted with protective sigils, eyes sharp with resolve. General Ramose sits tall on his black stallion, scars and gray hair marking him as both feared and beloved by his soldiers. Nefru, in light mail and crimson sash, checks her weapons with swift, sure movements, offering encouragement to the youngest among them. Queen Ankhesenamun, serene yet unyielding, stands at the palace steps to bid farewell. She places her hand on Akhman's arm, her gaze steady. Ride swiftly and return victorious, my king. Egypt rides with you in spirit. Akhman nods, his expression softening for her alone. Guard Thebes and the palace, my heart. Trust in Ramose and Sitra, and remember, no one conquers Egypt while hope endures. Sitra appears, slipping a final scroll into Akhmen's hand, a list of agents and contacts at the border, with secret signs for use. In her indigo robe nearly vanishes in the lingering shadows. Watch for omens, Majesty, and for men who smile too easily. There will be as many dangers behind you as ahead. Akhman tucks the scroll into his belt. He scans the assembled troops, faces of every shade, from the sun-baked Nubian border to the fair-skinned men of the delta. Egypt is not land or stone alone. Egypt is all of us, together, he calls, his voice strong but personal. Today we ride not just to defend borders, but to remind the world that Egypt will never be broken. The war horses are adorned with blue and gold ribbons, hooves pounding in restless anticipation. Standards flutter overhead, falcon, papyrus, and sun, all gleaming in the first pale light. Ramose signals, and the gates swing wide. Ackman leads the column out, the noise of the city fading behind them, replaced by the steady rhythm of hooves and the calls of waking birds. The caravan snakes through Thebes, its people gathering to watch. Some raise their hands in blessing, others weep quietly, fearful of who may not return. Bread and flowers are tossed before the pharaoh's horse, a mingling of ancient superstition and heartfelt hope. As they reach the river's edge, priests in white linen await with bowls of holy water and burning incense. Ackman dismounts, kneels at the water's edge, and makes a silent offering, asking for protection for his men and a swift, victorious end. The generals follow, bowing their heads. Ramose mutters an old soldier's prayer, while Nefru gazes southward, jaw set, eager for action. The army crosses the river on barges, the sun finally lifting free of the horizon. On the southern bank the land is wild and tense, fields freshly plowed, but villages watching with wary eyes, news of war already reaching every reed hut and temple. Ackman rides ahead, pausing atop a low hill. The full breadth of his army stretches out behind him, banners snapping, armor gleaming. In that moment, he feels both small and infinite. The tip of a spear that holds the weight of a kingdom. He raises his hand, signaling the march. The soldiers move out, dust rising, voices low and determined. Ackman's own heart pounds with dread and hope. Let the Lion King see, he thinks, that Egypt still remembers how to roar. The army advances south, following the winding course of the Nile as it narrows into reeds and tangled marsh. By midday, the heat is fierce, but the spirits of Ackman's men are high. They march in good order, banners snapping above shining helms, every footfall a drumbeat of Egypt's might. Villagers come out to watch, blessing the soldiers and pressing dates and water into dusty hands. But the further they go, the more tense the air becomes. Scouts dart ahead, returning with troubling news. Nubian warriors have been seen on the opposite bank, watching, waiting, their painted faces half hidden behind tall papyrus. General Ramose rides beside Ackman, face drawn in a grim line. "They're testing us," he mutters, "waiting to see how we move, how we fight." The Lion King's men are never far from the river. Ackman surveys the landscape, marshy in places, dotted with low islands and thick shifting grass. He signals to Nefru, who commands the forward scouts, "Send archers ahead and 2 boats. We'll cross in force if we must, but no one moves until I give the word." Nefru salutes, already moving, her sharp eyes missing nothing. The troops pause to drink and rest, shields at the ready, tension humming beneath their forced calm. The first sign of trouble is a startled heron, flapping up in alarm. Arrows whistle from the rushes, thudding into the ground just yards from Ackman's horse. Ramose bellows, shields up, and within seconds the line holds firm, bronze shields rising like the scales of a great serpent. On the far bank, Nubian warriors emerge with a roar, their bodies painted with stripes of ochre and blue, weapons gleaming. Their leader, tall and fierce, brandishes a lion-headed mace, shouting a challenge in his own tongue. Ackman does not flinch. He signals the archers, who launch a volley in reply. The arrows fall like a black cloud, sending the first wave of Nubians scrambling for cover. But the enemy is swift. They board reed canoes and push off, paddling hard, arrows whistling back at the Egyptians. The river explodes into chaos. Akhman orders a small force onto the water, his best spearmen and shield bearers. Nefru leaps into a boat herself, urging the men forward. For Egypt, hold the line. The first clash is sudden and brutal. Canoes collide in midstream, warriors grappling and striking as the river churns beneath them. Akhman watches from the shore. Heart pounding, Ramose rides up and down the line, shouting encouragement and directing archers to pick off enemy boatmen. Nefru's canoe takes the lead. She stands at the prow, spear raised, her eyes locked on the Nubian leader. Their boats meet in a jarring crash. For a heartbeat, it seems all will be lost. Then Nefru vaults into the enemy boat, her spear catching the Nubian across the chest. The warriors falter, and the Egyptian troops rally, boarding the rest of the enemy canoes. Akhman seizes the moment. Push forward, he commands. The Egyptian line advances, archers sending volley after volley. The Nubians, seeing their leader fall, break ranks and retreat, paddling hard for the opposite shore. The fight is over as quickly as it began. Nefru, spattered with mud and blood, returns to the bank, breathless but grinning. "We held them, Majesty. They won't try that again soon." Akhman clasps her forearm in thanks, pride clear in his eyes. Ramose surveys the casualties. Few dead, several wounded. But the line never broke. The troops cheer, relief and triumph mingling in the summer air. The river runs red in places, but Egypt has held the crossing. Akhman gazes south, knowing the true war is just beginning, but for now, his army stands unbroken. He lifts his arms, so all may hear him. "You fought with the courage of lions, and Egypt will not forget. Rest, tend the wounded, and prepare. Tonight we camp as victors." As the sun sets, fires are kindled along the riverbank. Songs rise into the starry sky, voices defiant and proud. The soldiers eat and drink, sharing stories and wounds, their confidence renewed. Akhman sits by the water, watching the darkness gather beyond the far shore. He knows tomorrow may bring a larger battle, but tonight, Egypt's heart. Night descends gently upon the Egyptian encampment. Campfires flicker along the riverbank, their flames reflecting in the slow, swirling water. The air is thick with the smells of roasting fish, crushed mint, and smoke. Soldiers gather in loose circles, tending wounds, sharing bread and tales of the day's battle. The songs that float across the camp are weary but victorious, filled with pride and relief. Akhman walks the perimeter, a solitary figure shadowed by the guards who keep their distance out of respect. He moves quietly, pausing to speak with the wounded, his words and presence a balm. The youngest soldiers gaze up at him in awe, whispering blessings as he passes. For a few moments, the pharaoh's burdens seem lighter, shared among his people. At the edge of camp, Sitra waits, her indigo robe nearly indistinguishable from the darkness. She stands beside a cluster of boulders, gazing up at the star-laden sky. When Akhman approaches, she offers a quiet smile, her face softer than usual. "Tonight the gods are watching," she says. "The river is calm, and the lions are silent." Akhman follows her gaze, searching the sky for meaning. The omens speak of conflict, but also of unity. "I saw it today. How men from every part of Egypt fought as one." Sitra nods, then glances around to ensure their privacy. Ka Seti has intercepted a message from the Nubian camp, she whispers. It was hidden in a split arrow, carried by a boy disguised as a fisherman. The Lion King's army is divided. Some of his chiefs resent his ambitions. fearing Egyptian retaliation. Akhmen's eyes sharpen. Then there is hope, not just in our swords, but in their uncertainty. She steps closer, voice even lower. A vision. We can, if we send the right gifts, grain, jewelry, a promise of trade. Some chiefs may withdraw support. Lion King's resolve. War may yet be avoided, or at least made winnable. Akhman considers, the flickering firelight carving deep shadows across his face. And if they reject our gifts, if they see it as a sign of weakness, then tomorrow we fight, Sitra replies, but with every advantage we can muster. Their conversation is interrupted by Khaseti himself. Materializing silently from the darkness, he kneels before Akhman, producing the intercepted arrow and a scrap of parchment. It confirms what Sitra has learned, Majesty. The Lion King prepares for a major assault at dawn, but his right flank is restless. We have names of chiefs willing to negotiate. Akhman claps his spy on the shoulder, gratitude plain in his eyes. You have done Egypt great service, Khaseti. The three linger, heads close, plotting the next move. Sitra outlines which chiefs to approach and how to frame the offer, not as surrender, but as partnership against chaos. Khaseti will send his swiftest runner before the moon sets. Before leaving, Akhman lifts his eyes to the vast, star-strewn heavens. The constellations are the same his ancestors read, the same his son will one day ponder. He draws courage from their constancy and their mystery. He returns to his tent, where General Ramos and Nefru await with reports. Nefru is eager, ready to ride out at dawn. Ramos, wary but confident after today's victory, warns that the Lion King may have tricks yet unplayed. Akhman shares what he has learned. We have a chance to divide our enemy. Tonight we fight with words and gold. Tomorrow, if need be, with steel. The generals nod, each inspired by the pharaoh's blend of shrewdness and hope. As camp settles, Khaseti's messenger slips into the darkness, carrying Egypt's fate on swift, silent feet. Akhman lies awake a long time, the night alive with insect song and the far-off hoot of an owl. He feels the weight of command, but also a flicker of possibility. The stars blink overhead, witnesses to plots and prayers, to a pharaoh's resolve beneath the infinite sky. Dawn cracks open the world with sudden gold, burning away the chill and the mist that clings to the Nile's southern banks. Pharaoh Akhman rises before the camp stirs, armored in bronze and resolve, his face solemn beneath the open sky. Across the water, the Nubian army stirs as well. Shields gleam, banners ripple, and the air hums with tension. News comes swiftly. The Lion King's chiefs have agreed to meet under a flag of truce. The chosen place is a small island mid-river, sacred to both Egypt and Kush. A patch of ground where, legend says, no blood may be shed. General Ramos, battle-worn but alert, joins Akhman on the approach. Nefru stands nearby, her spear across her knees, eyes never leaving the Nubian lines. Sitra lingers at Akhman's side, offering a last whispered blessing, while Khaseti and two guards shadow the party discreetly. Akhman boards a reed boat with Ramos, Nefru, and the Queen's chosen envoy, a sign that Thebes wishes peace, conquest. The current is swift, the oarsmen silent, the only sound the splash of water and the cries of distant ibises. On the island, Nubian chiefs wait, cloaked in red and gold. Their leader, a powerful, scarred man known as Miro, raising a hand in greeting. The two delegations face each other across the stone altar. For a moment, no one speaks. Even the wind seems to pause. Miroe, eyes wary but not hostile, breaks the silence. You are brave to meet us here, Pharaoh. But the Lion King's patience wears thin. He blames Egypt for every hardship every withered field, every hungry child, Akhman stands tall, unflinching. Egypt's fields have withered too. The gods test us both. Let us not waste our strength in blood. When there is bread and peace to be found, Ramos sets the tribute on the altar. Baskets of grain, bolts of linen, jewelry from Thebes' treasury, gifts meant to feed, impress, and entice. Ka-Seti steps forward and, in the Kushite tongue, offers terms, a non-aggression pact, trade in grain for gold, and safe passage for each kingdom's merchants. Some chiefs grumble, but others, especially the younger ones, eye the gifts with open hunger. Merowe's gaze flickers from Akhman to his own war party. He knows the Lion King's power is not absolute. Wantanjasadeth's and Dihax's loyalty is often for sale, and fear can be fed or starved. Citra watches every movement, searching for the tiniest sign of deceit or dissent. Nefru remains alert, ready to shield her king at the slightest provocation. Akhman steps forward, voice carrying over the river. Let the Nile judge us. Let it run red if either side breaks this pact. If you want peace, take these gifts and tell your king. Egypt does not wish to die. See her sons, or yours, die for the pride of rulers. But if you want war, know that Egypt will not break. A tense silence follows. Merowe confers with his chiefs, voices low and urgent. Finally, he turns back, nodding once. The Lion King will not be pleased, but he needs your grain. Give us time to carry your words, Pharaoh. Until then, the swords will stay sheathed. Akhman bows his head. So be it. The gods are watching, as are our people. The two delegations withdraw, each retracing their steps across the water. The Egyptian camp exhales a collective breath of relief and uncertainty. Ramos slaps Akhman's back, the closest thing to praise the old general ever offers. You bought us time, Majesty. Let's hope it's enough. Citra joins Akhman on the riverbank, her eyes reflecting the dawn. Some days are won with gifts and words, others with iron and blood. You did well, Pharaoh. Akhman gazes south, toward the Lion King's distant camp. Today, peace. Tomorrow, whatever Egypt requires. We are for Egypt, rich choirs. As the sun rises higher, messengers are sent to Thebes with news of the parley, and the camp prepares for either outcome, victory by diplomacy, or war if words fail. But for this morning, hope and tension hang in the air, as golden and fragile as the sunlight dancing on the river. The Nile flows quietly that morning, but beneath the surface, tensions churn. Messengers hurry back and forth between camps and within the Egyptian ranks. Hope jostles uneasily with fear. The parley at sunrise has bought precious hours, yet Akhman senses the peace is fragile. A thin reed bent under the Lion King's shadow. As noon approaches, the first sign of danger comes. A vulture circling high above the Nubian camp, its shadow drifting across tents. Ka-Seti, ever watchful, spots it first, his instincts prickling. He seeks out Akhman and Citra, reporting in hushed tones. The Nubian camp is in turmoil. The Lion King himself has arrived. He did not expect the chief's truce. He is furious. From the Egyptian lines, the Nubian camp is a flurry of movement. Warriors gather in clusters, voices raised, fists shaking. In the center, a tall, imposing figure, his cloak the color of dried blood, his mane of black hair adorned with golden rings, stands with arms outstretched, roaring commands. The Lion King's presence is undeniable, his wrath, a storm barely contained. Citra and Akhman observe from a small rise above the camp. He'll punish those who sought peace. Sitra murmurs. Pride will not let him accept Egyptian gifts so easily. We must be ready. Akhman calls his generals together. Ramose stands resolute, hand on sword hilt. Nefru's eyes flash with anticipation, her spear close at hand. Scouts are dispatched, some to watch the Nubians, others to warn nearby villages and prepare defenses along the riverbank. Soon, shouts echo across the water. The Lion King emerges at the head of his retinue, dragging the chief Meroe before the assembled warriors. In a display meant to cow both his own men and the Egyptians, he strikes Meroe to his knees, denouncing him in a thunderous voice. Nubian warriors chant and beat their shields, some with dread, others with grim approval. Akhman watches with cold clarity. He is showing them what happens to those who bargain with Egypt. He says, "We must respond, show our strength without striking first." Ramose position archers along the bank, visible but restrained. Nefru have the cavalry ready but out of sight. As the Lion King continues his tirade, he holds high a broken staff, Meroe's symbol of authority, and snaps it before his army. He points across the river, bellowing an unmistakable challenge toward the Egyptian camp. For a moment, the world holds its breath. Both armies await Akhman's reply. The pharaoh steps into full view, arms raised in a gesture of calm power. He does not shout or bluster, but his presence is unmistakable. Egypt does not fear the lion's roar. He calls across the water, his voice carrying, "We defend the river and our honor. The gods will judge who is worthy." The Nubians respond with a chorus of drums and war cries. Arrows are notched, but none are released. The standoff is electric, an entire war teetering on a single heartbeat. Sitra stands beside Akhman, whispering urgently, "We can still reach those chiefs loyal to peace." A show of strength might buy time for another message to slip through. Kaseti is already in motion, slipping down the embankment to pass secret signs to their messengers. Ramose signals the archers, who step forward in perfect formation, their weapons gleaming in the midday sun. The Lion King's wrath does not abate. He orders his warriors to display their might. Shields raised, spears drumming on the ground, itself seeming to tremble. But he does not order the attack. Not yet. Nefru rides to Akhman's side, her mount restless. "Give the word, Majesty, and we will hold the river." Akhman shakes his head, voice calm but iron hard. "Not yet. Let him see our resolve, our patience. If he attacks, we defend, but let the gods be witness. Egypt does not seek blood, but will not yield an inch." The standoff holds through the sweltering afternoon, each side watching, waiting. Finally, as the sun dips low, the Lion King withdraws, dragging the disgraced chief Meroe with him. The tension eases, but only slightly. Night will bring its own perils. Akhman turns to his commanders. "We have shown our courage. Now we must prepare for whatever the darkness brings." As dusk falls, Egyptian sentries light torches along the riverbank. The Lion King's wrath has been felt, his pride wounded, but his army remains unbroken. The next move is his. But Egypt will be ready. Night settles over the Nile in a shroud of velvet blue. The Egyptian camp is a world of flickering torches, hushed voices, and the metallic scent of sharpened steel. Tension crackles in the air. Every man and woman knows that by dawn, blood may soak the riverbank. Pharaoh Akhman paces the perimeter, armor glinting in the torchlight, his cloak swirling behind him. He pauses at each watch post, exchanging quiet words with sentries and encouraging the youngest soldiers. "Remember who you fight for. Your mothers, your children, your home. Fear binds us only if we let it." He tells them, his calm presence easing the restless hearts of his troops. General Rameau sits by a central fire, sharpening his sword with slow, methodical strokes. The old general's face is a map of scars and worry, but his eyes are bright with unyielding will. As Achmed joins him, Rameau offers a rare, crooked grin. "I have seen many nights like this, Majesty. I know courage when I see it. These men will not break." Nearby, General Nefru kneels in the grass, distributing amulets to her cavalry. Each rider receives a carved piece of lapis or faience, a gift meant to carry the blessing of Horus into battle. Nefru's tone is confident, but when Achmed kneels beside her, she whispers, "It's the waiting that's worst. At least in the storm you can move. In the calm, every shadow is a threat." Achmed places a steady hand on her shoulder. "You will lead with honor. If the Lion King attacks, he will find Egypt's shield unbroken." Away from the main camp, Citra stands at the water's edge, drawing patterns in the sand with a reed. The sky above her is alive with stars. She hums a low, ancient tune, a song older than the city itself. Achmed joins her, feeling the weight of leadership pressing on his chest. She looks up, her eyes reflecting firelight and constellations. The omens are restless. Owls flew over the camp at dusk, and the wind shifts more than once. Be wary of treachery and of miracles. Tonight, the gods watch closely. Ka Seti appears from the shadows, silent and sure. He reports that the Lion King's camp is restless. Drums beat, warriors dance around great fires, but there is no movement toward attack yet. Our messages reached the friendly chiefs. They have held back, but the Lion King's loyalists are hungry for a fight. If we survive dawn, it will be because we outthink them, not because we outnumber them. Achmed nods, absorbing every word. He returns to his tent for a moment's solitude. He writes letters to his queen, to Nebet, and to the priests at Thebes. A pharaoh's thoughts on duty, love, and the uncertain future, should he fall before sunrise. Later, as midnight approaches, Achmed gathers his commanders for final council. Maps are unrolled, contingencies discussed. Citra traces routes for retreat, should the worst occur. Rameau plots the strongest point for the shield wall. Nefru plans her cavalry's charge. Each detail is checked and double-checked. The mood a taut blend of anxiety and discipline. Before the meeting ends, Achmed lifts his head. "Whatever comes, remember this: we do not fight only for ourselves, but for all Egypt, for every child in Thebes, every farmer in the fields, every stone in the old temples. We are more than an army. We are the living heart of our land." One by one, his closest supporters clasp arms with him, a silent oath of unity. They disperse, each to their posts, leaving Achmed alone beneath the stars. The camp settles, but sleep comes fitfully. Sentries stare into the darkness, listening for the first Nubian horn. Across the river, the Lion King's fires burn high, painting monstrous shapes against the night. Achmed prays quietly, not for victory, but for the courage to do what must be done, for wisdom to see the path even if it is hard, for Egypt to rise with the dawn. As the first hint of gray touches the east, the pharaoh dons his crown and sword. The Nile is still, the world waits. The world holds its breath as the horizon bleeds from black to gray. The Nile, smooth as polished glass, mirrors a sky trembling with anticipation. Egyptian sentries, hunched and silent, watch as shapes gather on the far bank. First shadows, then banners, then the glitter of hundreds of spear points, catching the dawn. The Nubian horns sound, long and mournful, rolling over the water like thunder. The Lion King's army surges forward, shields raised, faces painted. their cries shaking birds from the reeds. The Lion King himself rides at their head on a black stallion, mane flying, scarlet cloak billowing. His voice is a roar above the din. Drive them into the river, for Cush, for the lion. Pharaoh Akhman stands at the front lines, sword drawn, shield gleaming. His armor, marked with the falcon of Horus, glints with golden fire. He calls to his warriors, Egypt, hold the river. The gods watch us. Do not yield. His voice is iron, carrying above the horns and drums. Ramos commands the infantry, a living wall of shields and spears, braced in the soft earth, just above the waterline. He bellows orders, his men answering in thunderous unison. Behind them, archers notch arrows, eyes squinting into the pale light, awaiting the signal. Nefru and her cavalry crouch at the edge of the camp, hidden in the fog, horses stamping with battle hunger. Sitra and Ka-Seti move along the ranks, shouting last-moment warnings. Watch for the flanking charge, trust the left wing. Remember the chiefs who fight with us. The first wave crashes across the river. Nubian warriors driving reed boats and rafts, arrows whistling from both banks. Egyptian archers answer, blackening the sky. Screams and splashes erupt as boats are shattered. Bodies tumble into the river, and the Nile runs red with the morning's first blood. The Lion King pushes his advantage. He strikes at a weak point where the Egyptian line meets the marsh. His personal guard, a phalanx of giants in gold and leopard skins, smash into Akhman's shield wall. For a moment, the line buckles. Akhman is everywhere, rallying wavering men, parrying spear thrusts, dragging the wounded behind the line. His presence steadies the front, turning panic to fury. Ramos, fighting shoulder to shoulder with his pharaoh, breaks the enemy's first assault. Now, Nefru! He bellows. At the signal, Nefru's cavalry thunders from the mist, slamming into the Nubian flank with unstoppable force. Horse and rider become a wave of bronze and crimson, scattering the enemy, sowing chaos. On the far side, Ka-Seti's runners slip behind the enemy line. Lighting signal fires for the chiefs, still loyal to peace. Confusion erupts in the Nubian ranks. Some falter, others refuse to charge, and the Lion King is forced to turn, rallying only the most fanatical of his warriors. Akhman duels the Lion King at the river's edge. The clash of their blades rings above the noise, a contest of will and fate. The Lion King is ferocious, his strength legendary, but Akhman is swift and relentless, driven by a vision of Egypt beyond the reach of fear. The two leaders circle, blades flashing. The Lion King lands a glancing blow, but Akhman's riposte is decisive. A slice across the Lion King's sword arm, disarming him. The Nubian king drops to one knee, blood splashing the water, his voice hoarse with rage and pain. Mercy, Pharaoh? Or vengeance? The Lion King spits, defiant even in defeat. Akhman steps back, breathing hard, sword poised. Egypt shows mercy when it can afford it, and when it is deserved. Go, leave Egypt's soil. Carry this memory back to your people. The Nile will never be broken. Ramos and Nefru close in, securing the Nubian king and his guard. The remaining enemy warriors, leaderless, break and flee toward the marsh, pursued only by arrows and curses. Ka-Seti signals the chiefs who sought peace. Many drop their weapons, surrendering to Egyptian clemency. The battlefield is chaos. Cries of pain, the ring of victory, the bitter tally of dead and wounded. Yet as the sun rises, Egypt stands unbowed. Akhman's soldiers cheer their pharaoh, lifting his shield high. Sitra kneels by the fallen, tending wounds and whispering prayers of thanks and mourning. Akhman surveys the field, Victorious, but heavy with the cost, he orders the wounded tended, the Nubian prisoners spared, and the dead honored on both sides. "This is how a pharaoh remembers," he says, voice thick with emotion. "Not by cruelty, but by keeping the balance Ma'at demands. As the morning light floods the river, messengers are sent ahead. Egypt has held, and the southern border is safe. At least for now." Akhman wipes blood from his brow, offering silent thanks to gods and ancestors. In the silence after the storm, Egypt breathes anew, wounded but alive, and as the river flows onward, so does the legacy of a pharaoh who faced the lion and did not yield. The field of battle is strangely quiet after the storm of war. The Nile flows as always, implacable and indifferent, while the morning sun glints off discarded shields and broken spears. The cries of the wounded fade into groans and whispered prayers. Pharaoh Akhmen moves among his people, not on a throne, but on bloodied earth, his armor stained, his hands steady as he offers comfort, praise, and solace. Sitra is at his side, binding wounds with linen strips soaked in wine. Her calm, sure hands do the work of a dozen healers. "You saved more than lives today, Akhman," she whispers as she presses a poultice to a boy's arrow wound. "Saved hope." Akhman moves from man to man, stopping to kneel beside Nefru, who cradles a young cavalryman dying in her arms. Tears track down her dusty cheeks, but her voice is steady. "He rode as bravely as any king. His name will be remembered." Akhman bends, taking the dying man's hand. "Egypt remembers all her children," he promises. The man's grip tightens for a heartbeat, then falls away. Nefru bows her head, and Akhman rests a hand on her shoulder. "We won, but not without cost." "You did well." Ramos, wounded but unbowed, oversees the burial details with a grim efficiency. Pyramids of shields are raised for the honored dead. Priests, called from nearby villages, light incense and chant prayers for the souls crossing into the next world. The air is thick with the mingled scents of blood, sweat, and frankincense. The Nubian prisoners are gathered in the shade, offered water, and treated not as animals, but as men defeated in honorable battle. Akhman walks among them, nodding to those who meet his gaze without fear. "You are not our enemies forever," he tells them, "but brothers who fought for your own kings. When the Lion King returns to Kush, let him tell his people, Egypt does not shame the defeated." Some prisoners bow their heads, overcome by exhaustion and relief. Others meet Akhmen's gaze with hard pride, but none can deny the justice shown this day. As the day lengthens, Akhman gathers his surviving captains, bestowing gold armlets and rare amulets to those who distinguished themselves. He honors the families of the dead, promising gifts and remembrance. Scribes record every name, every wound, every act of heroism, etched into scrolls that will become the legacy of the war. The people of the southern villages arrive, bringing offerings of bread, dates, and sweet wine. And they sing songs of thanks, lifting their children so they may glimpse the pharaoh who kept the border safe. Akhman, weary but smiling, lifts a little girl onto his shoulders. "Egypt endures," he tells her, and she repeats the words, laughter echoing through the camp. As dusk falls, Queen Ankhesenamun arrives by river barge, her white linen robes luminous in the fading light. She embraces Akhman, her relief and pride evident. "You kept your promise, my king," she whispers. "You brought them home." The night is given to remembrance and quiet celebration. Songs for the living, tears for the lost, and prayers to the gods that such a trial will not come again soon. Akhman sits beneath the stars, surrounded by those who trust him most. He feels every ache, every loss, every thread of hope that binds him to his people. For victory is never free. Every peace must be paid for in wounds, in mercy, and in memory. The Nile's banks are solemn as the day after battle dawns. Mist hangs over the water, muffling sound, blurring the scars of war. Pharaoh Akhman stands near the river's edge, his body wrapped in a fresh linen robe, the bruises of combat bare. He watches the Nubian camp across the shallows, once bustling with pride and challenge, now quiet and subdued. The Lion King's banner, torn in yesterday's fighting, droops like a wounded animal. The Egyptian soldiers, their armor polished, form two lines along the bank. They carry no weapons. Today's purpose is not victory, but closure. General Ramos, leaning on his staff, stands at Akhman's side, his bandaged arm a badge of both survival and sorrow. A hush falls as the Nubians approach. The Lion King appears at their head, tall but battered, his left arm bound in strips of dyed cloth. His wild mane of hair is subdued, but his eyes are fierce, defeated, but not broken. Behind him, a dozen of his most loyal warriors carry the bodies of their fallen chiefs on makeshift stretchers. The ritual of the dead demands that no man, even a foe, be left behind on foreign soil. Akhman steps forward, flanked by Sitra and Nefru. He meets the Lion King's gaze directly. For a moment neither man speaks. Their silence is heavy with all that has passed. Anger, courage, the blood price of pride. The Lion King finally speaks, voice low and rough. Pharaoh, you have beaten me, but I do not kneel. I leave Egypt's soil, but my memory remains. Cush remembers its warriors, and so must you. Akhman inclines his head, not in triumph, but in respect. No victory erases courage, Lion King. Go in peace. Bury your dead as you would your brothers. Let the river carry them home. Egypt will honor the truce if Cush does the same. Sitra steps forward, offering a pouch of gold and a roll of fine linen. For your wounded, for the journey, she says simply. The Lion King accepts, his pride bristling at first, but then softening. Cush and Egypt have both lost too many sons. Let our children tell a better story. With a single signal, the Nubian warriors lift their chiefs and wade into the shallows, their voices rising in a haunting funeral song. Egyptian priests chant a benediction as the Lion King boards a reed barge, his remaining guard at his side. The boats slip into the current, fading downriver toward Cush, the dead and the living alike returning home. Ramos exhales, the tension draining from his body. It is done, Majesty. May the gods grant us quiet seasons ahead. Nefru watches the departing enemy, eyes full of both relief and sadness. We fought well, but peace will ask more of us than war ever did. Akhman nods, feeling the truth of her words settle in his bones. As the Nubian banners vanish around a bend in the river, he raises his voice for all to hear. Egypt will remember this day, not for hate, but for the mercy that followed battle. Go home, sons and daughters of Egypt. There is work to be done. We must heal, and we must remember. The soldiers break ranks, some embracing, others weeping quietly. The river carries away the pain of war, but its lessons linger. Akhman lingers at the water's edge, lost in thought, while the sun rises slowly, promising the hard, beautiful work of peace. The days following the Lion King's departure bring a restless calm to the southern border. War is over, but peace feels fragile, as if the ground might split open at any careless step. Pharaoh Akhman knows that the true test has only begun. The wounds of Egypt are not all seen in flesh. Some are written in the hearts of her people and in the furrows of her fields. The pharaoh leads his column home not as a conqueror, but as a healer. Villagers emerge from hiding, faces wary but hopeful. At every stop, Akhman leaves his generals to count the grain, see to the wounded, and speak with the elders. He visits temples and shrines, pouring offerings to the gods of both Egypt and Kush, asking that peace will take root where blood has been spilled. Sitra travels with him, tirelessly tending to the sick and injured. She organizes field hospitals in shaded groves, mixing herbs and honey for fevers, changing bandages, murmuring comfort to those left, haunted by the horrors of battle. You cannot force the heart to heal, she tells a grieving mother whose son will not come home, but you can give it soil, sun, and time. General Ramos, though still limping, rides ahead to survey the villages that suffered most during the campaign. He ensures that the promised grain arrives, that the taxes are eased for a season, that the young are spared conscription. His gruff manner conceals a deep loyalty. He scolds the local officials for any neglect, but brings laughter when he shares tales of the battle's chaos and courage. Nefru finds a different role. She gathers the orphans and the widows, teaching them the arts of defense and leadership. She organizes patrols with the women of the villages, showing them how to watch for trouble and how to signal for help. In the evenings, she sits with the young survivors around the fire, listening to their stories and encouraging their dreams. As Akhmen's retinue moves north, the scars of war become less visible, but the need for healing grows no less urgent. In Thebes, the temples ring with the music of celebration and prayer, but famine still gnaws at the edges of the city. Akhmen's first act upon returning is to open the palace granaries, distributing bread and dates to the hungry. He tours the markets with Queen Ankhesenamun, her presence a beacon of hope to the weary. She speaks gently to the children, hands out tokens of lapis and turquoise, and listens to the troubles of mothers and elders alike. Akhman convenes a grand assembly in the palace courtyard, summoning priests, merchants, scribes, and villagers from all corners of the realm. He stands not on a dais, but at the same level as his people, his robe simple, his words direct. We have survived the lion's fury and the Nile's famine, but Egypt cannot thrive if her children starve or despair. I call on every temple, every estate, every able hand, share what you have. Let no mouth go empty while grain sits in store. Let our peace be built on justice, not merely the absence of war. The words ripple through the crowd, and soon wealthy merchants and priests bring forward their offerings. There is grumbling, of course, but Akhmen's example, his own table set no richer than a farmer's, shames even the proudest into action. Sitra, Ramos, and Nefru move through the assembly, overseeing the distribution, rooting out cheats, praising the generous. Kaseti watches the crowds for signs of unrest, his eyes sharp for any remnant of the old conspiracies. Days become weeks. The river rises slowly at first, then with more vigor. New green shoots appear in the fields. Songs of thanks replace the dirges of war. Slowly the laughter returns. In the evenings, Akhman and Ankhesenamun sit together on the palace roof, watching the city lights wink like stars along the Nile. We are not healed yet, the queen says softly, but we are healing. Akhman takes her hand, feeling the warmth and strength that has carried him through every trial. If peace is a garden, then we will tend it together for as long as Egypt endures. And so, under a waxing moon and the steady pulse of the river, Egypt's wounds begin to close, not forgotten, but honored and transformed, carried forward by those who love her best. No peace in Egypt is secure without the blessing, or at least the tolerance, of the priesthood. As the first green returns to the fields, Akhman finds his next battle not on a riverbank, but within the echoing sanctuaries of Thebes. The high priest Menenhet, ever watchful, requests an audience in the great hypostyle hall of Amun's temple. The temple is a forest of stone pillars, painted in blue and gold, shadows curling around hieroglyphs of gods and kings. The air is thick with incense and the solemn chanting of acolytes. Akhman enters simply, his linen robe belted with a strip of dyed cloth, his head uncovered. Sitra and Queen Ankhesenamun accompany him, their presence a subtle reminder that the palace and its healing queen are not far removed from the sacred. High priest Menenhet stands at the head of the hall, flanked by a dozen lesser priests, his white robe resplendent, pectoral glittering with lapis and gold. His shaved head glows in the torchlight, his eyes unreadable as he greets the pharaoh with a deep bow. Mighty one, Menenhet intones, Egypt gives thanks for peace, but the gods are hungry and the temples empty. The people, though grateful for bread, grow lax in their duties. The land recovers, but the gods must be fed. Akhman nods, understanding the priest's meaning. The palace has given much, and asks that the temples give as well. Let us share the burden, feed the hungry, and they will remember who intercedes with the gods. Menenhet's lips tighten. The faith of Egypt cannot be watered like a field. If you wish the temples to aid your reforms, we must be honored anew. Festivals, processions, sacrifices, and, of course, gifts for the great Amun and his priests. Only then will the people know that peace is more than the absence of fear. Sitra steps forward, her voice soft but pointed. A peace brokered in gold alone is hollow. Let the temples lead the healing, open their doors to the sick, the lost, the grieving. Let prayer and charity rise together. Ankhesenamun meets Menenhet's gaze, her words gentle but steel-edged. If the gods' favor is real, let it be seen in compassion as well as splendor. Menenhet hesitates, sensing a tide he cannot fully resist. A compromise, then. The temples will host healing rituals for all. We will lead a grand procession, one that binds the city in unity. But the palace must restore the priests' ancient privileges, and the great festival of Amun must be the most magnificent Thebes has seen since your father's reign. Akhman considers. He knows what is at stake, not just bread and oil, but legitimacy. You will have your festival, high priest. But the people must come first. The palace and temple will share the costs and the glory. The bargain is struck with a clasp of hands, witnessed by Sitra and Ankhesenamun, and recorded by a scribe whose reed pen scratches the moment into eternity. In the days that follow, the temples open their courtyards to the poor and the sick. Acolytes distribute bread alongside prayers. Musicians rehearse for the coming festival. Goldsmiths and perfumers ply their crafts. Scribes circulate new hymns, blending old praises with the language of gratitude and hope. The city prepares for a spectacle, the gods and mortals drawn together by need and the promise of renewal. Akhman walks home through streets already humming with anticipation. Sitra catches his eye, half smiling. One victory at a time, Pharaoh. Healing is not a gift from the gods, it's a bargain and a labor. He nods, watching as a group of children race past, faces bright with the hope of coming celebration. Peace, he realizes, is a dance as intricate and demanding as war. The day of the festival of Amun arrives with a sunrise, that turns the city of Thebes to gold. All Egypt seems to pour into the streets, peasants in their cleanest linen, artisans bearing gifts, priests robed in brilliant white, and nobles with collars of lapis and gold. The air is sweet with lotus and frankincense, and the sound of music rises from every courtyard. Akhman stands in his palace, clad not for war but for glory. He wears a cloak of blue and gold, the sacred uraeus on his brow, his arms heavy with jeweled bands. By his side, Queen Ankhesenamun glows in a gown of turquoise silk, her hair braided and crowned with flowers. Sitra and Ramose, also arrayed in ceremonial dress, wait just behind, watching as the courtiers bow, and the children stare in awe. In the temple district, the priests lead the first procession, chanting hymns and swinging censers of burning myrrh. The massive statue of Amun, gilded and crowned with ostrich plumes, is hoisted onto the sacred bark. Menenhet, the high priest, walks beside it, his head bowed, his face solemn in the early light. As the bark is carried through the city, the crowds fall to their knees, then rise in a wave of joy as the pharaoh and queen appear. Akhman steps down from the palace, steps raising his arms in greeting. The cheers are thunderous, his name repeated in 1,000 voices, mixed with the cries of life, prosperity, health. The grand avenue is alive with color. Dancers spin in circles, their skirts flashing, while children pelt the procession with flower petals. Drummers and flute players set a rhythm that pulses through every heart. Vendors hand out sweet cakes and dates, and even the poorest are fed from great baskets brought out by the priests and palace stewards. Akhman leads the way to the temple, stopping often to touch a child's head, accept a simple gift, or exchange a word with an old woman who remembers the last great festival of his father's reign. The queen is radiant, her smile never faltering as she comforts the shy and the sick, accepting garlands and prayers with grace. Within the temple courtyard, the statue of Amun is set before a blazing altar. Priests chant, incense thickens, and a hush falls as Akhman pours a libation of wine and honey, bowing his head in humility. Menenhet pronounces the blessing, "May Amun-Ra favor the pharaoh. May peace and plenty return. May Egypt's wounds be healed." After the rites, the city erupts in celebration. The festival spills out into the night. Bonfires blaze on every street, dancers and musicians fill the avenues, and the Nile glows with 1,000 floating lamps. Food and wine are shared, old feuds are forgotten for a night, and laughter is heard in homes that once echoed with fear. Sitra moves among the crowds, ensuring the sick and elderly receive care, her practical magic never resting. Ramose is honored by the veterans, their respect as fierce as their old loyalty in war. Nefru, with the young widows and orphans, leads a parade of lanterns down to the river, their light a silent prayer for those who did not return. On the palace balcony, Akhman and Ankhesenamun stand together, watching the city glow with hope and unity. The queen rests her head on Akhman's shoulder, and for a rare moment, the pharaoh allows himself to believe in the peace he has fought so hard to win. "We have given them more than bread," Ankhesenamun whispers. "We have given them a reason to hope." Akhman nods, his voice barely audible above the music. If this is what it means to be pharaoh, then it is enough. As midnight nears, the last lamps drift down the Nile, carrying prayers and wishes into the darkness. Egypt, scarred but shines in the moonlight, a land where gods and mortals dance together in the promise of renewal, long after the last lanterns fade and the echoes of festival joy die away. The city of Thebes sinks into a hush. The moon hangs low over the palace, painting its columns and courtyards with silver. But peace is never absolute in the pharaoh's world. In the deepest hours of the night, while most of Egypt sleeps, the ancient stones seem to listen and to whisper. Akhman cannot rest. Wrapped in a plain linen cloak, he slips from the royal chamber and moves alone through the palace corridors. Torches burn low, their light flickering on the faces of ancestral statues. Shadows stretch along the floors like the fingers of forgotten enemies. He pauses in the Hall of Ancestors, a long gallery lined with painted reliefs and towering effigies of past pharaohs, queens, and here, memory is almost a living thing. Akhman runs his hand across the carved name of his father, feeling the cold bite of the stone. "What would you do now?" he murmurs, longing for guidance he knows will never come. He is not truly alone. Sitra, watchful even in the midst of celebration, finds him there. She moves quietly, her indigo cloak merging with the gloom. "You feel the old fears," she says softly, as every king does. "The priests are content. For now, the people rejoice. But power is always hungry, always seeking cracks in the walls." Akhman looks at her, weariness etched into the lines of his face. "I've given them all I have, bread, mercy, peace, even joy. But the city still whispers. The merchants plot to restore their fortunes. Nobles resent the grain levy. The high priest hungers for more tribute. Sometimes I wonder if peace is just a moment between storms." Sitra kneels beside him, her voice a balm. "Peace is not a gift, Akhman. It is a shadow we chase, a bargain renewed each day. Those who claim otherwise are liars or fools." A hush follows. Somewhere, a night bird cries. Akhman thinks of the Lion King, of friends lost and wounds unhealed, of Thebes' hungry future. "If I fall, Sitra, will anyone remember why I tried so hard?" She presses a hand to his, her grip firm. "Some will, and some will not. But if you give in to the shadows, to fear and doubt, you will become one of those kings whose statues gather dust. If you endure, the whispers will fade, and your memory will outlast the stone." Footsteps echo. Ka Seti emerges from the gloom, his face grave. "Pharaoh, there are new rumors among the merchants and one of the Delta lords. Some speak of sending envoys to Kush, of restoring the old rivalries. The high priest's festival has made him bold. He seeks to regain power over the palace. He plans a great donation drive, perhaps, to buy support among the northern priests." Akhman's expression hardens. "Let them scheme. Tomorrow I will meet with the council. Let all voices be heard, but let them see I will not be moved by threats or bribes." Kaseti nods, melting back into the dark, his watch never ending. Sitra rises, her face both proud and sorrowful. "You are not the first pharaoh to walk among shadows, nor will you be the last. But you are the one Egypt needs now." Together, they walk back toward the inner sanctum, passing silent columns and sleeping statues. The palace is peaceful, but beneath the surface, the ancient game of power begins anew. Whispered secrets, unspoken bargains, the ceaseless balancing of light and darkness. Above, the moon shines on, indifferent but constant, as Egypt's pharaoh prepares for another day in a life that is never truly his own. Dawn finds the palace humming with tension. The scent of festival incense still lingers in the corridors, mingling with the sharper tang of anticipation. Today is no ordinary audience. Akhman has summoned all voices of Thebes to the Grand Council Hall, nobles in embroidered linen, merchant princes, the heads of craft guilds, priests in shimmering robes, and even delegates from the city's poorest quarters. The grand hall is a marvel. Sunlight shafts through high windows, gilding columns carved with scenes of justice and triumph. Akhmen sits at the center on a simple chair, eschewing the golden throne for a gesture of humility and solidarity. At his side stand Queen Ankhesenamun, serene and attentive, and Sitra, robed in indigo, pen and wax tablet ready. Ka Seti, almost invisible in the shadows, surveys the gathering for any hint of conspiracy. As the guests arrive, there is a murmur of uncertainty and curiosity. The last council had been called in the shadow of war. Now, with peace and harvest beginning, every faction jostles for influence. Akhmen calls the council to order with a raised hand, his voice clear and commanding. Egypt endures by the will of its people, the wisdom of its priests, the strength of its workers, and the justice of its rulers. Today, every voice may be heard. The first to speak is Menenhet, high priest of Amun. He steps forward, his pectoral gleaming, and bows deeply. The gods are pleased, mighty one, but their temples need more. The tribute of grain and gold must be restored to assure divine favor, lest the river falter once again. A merchant prince follows, his rings flashing as he gestures broadly. The burden on our caravans grows too great. We need fewer levies, more security, and permission to rebuild the warehouses lost in the fighting. A noblewoman, veiled and regal, adds her plea. My estate's fields are green, but labor is scarce. Too many sons lost to war, too many workers conscripted for public projects. Will the palace provide relief? Akhmen listens to each, never interrupting, his face a mask of patience and thought. Then, from the back, a voice rises, an old weaver, thin and stooped, but unafraid. All these noble words, she says. But will you remember the poor in the coming harvest? We cannot eat prayers. Let there be bread for every belly. Before there is gold, a ripple of laughter and surprise moves through the crowd. Akhmen nods, addressing her directly. Your words are wise, mother. Justice demands no one goes hungry in Egypt. Not while I am Pharaoh. He turns to the council, laying out his plan. Tribute to the temples will be restored, but in measured stages, and only after public storehouses are filled. Merchants will be granted tax relief, but must commit a portion of their profits to rebuilding the poorest quarters. Nobles will receive palace support in restoring their lands, but must provide work and food to those in need. The temples, in turn, must open their doors to the sick and orphaned, hosting public rituals of healing and remembrance. The council buzzes with protest and approval, alliances forming and dissolving in the blink of an eye. Menenhet bristles, but Sitra quickly steps forward, her words deft and persuasive. Egypt is one body. If the heart fails, the limbs cannot work. If the head is sick, the feet will stumble. The gods will honor compassion shown in action. Queen Ankhesenamun supports her husband with calm authority, moving among the delegates to answer questions and soothe egos. Ka Seti notes those who resist too loudly, his memory a net for future intrigue. By midday, the council reaches a hard-won agreement. Akhmen promises justice will remain at the center of every policy. Those who resist, whether priest, merchant, or noble, are reminded that Egypt's greatest days came when all worked together, not in secret or self. As the council disperses, Akhmen feels the exhaustion in his bones, but also a kind of hope. For a few hours, at least, every voice mattered. The city leaves the hall buzzing with new purpose and old grudges. Akhmen sits in silence as the sunlight shifts, knowing that unity is never permanent. But today he has kept the balance. In Egypt, for now, that is enough. Night falls gently on Thebes, the city glowing with lamps and drifting music. The palace, so recently filled with voices and debate, is now a haven of stillness. In her private chambers, Queen Ankhesenamun prepares for rest. Attendants quietly brush her hair and anoint her brow with sweet oils, then slip away, leaving her alone in a sanctuary of flickering lamplight and shadows. Yet sleep does not come easily. The queen stands by an open window, the night breeze cool against her cheek. She looks out at the city, at the Nile's silent shimmer, the rooftops clustered in shadow, the faintest murmur of distant prayer. Even now, after all the battles and negotiations, she feels the heavy pulse of Egypt's wounds and hopes. Ankhesenamun finally lies on her ivory couch, drawing a thin linen sheet over her body. She closes her eyes, but her mind is crowded with images, faces from the council, children in the market, the wary pride of the high priest, and Akhmen's quiet strength amid all the noise. Sleep drifts over her, slow and deep, and soon the queen is swept into dream. She walks alone through the lotus marshes. Beside a wide, endless river, mist clings to the water, hiding the far bank. She hears voices, her father's, her mother's, her own as a child, blending with the laughter of the living and the sorrow of the dead. The air is thick with the perfume of lilies, but also with the chill of uncertainty. Suddenly, Ankhesenamun sees Akhmen standing on the opposite bank, beckoning. She tries to cross, but the water rises, swift and cold, swirling with shadows. Out of the mist step the shades of Pharaoh's past, her ancestors and Akhmen's, kings and queens, warriors and children. Some reach out with blessings, others with warnings. One ancient queen, wrapped in gold and blue, speaks with a voice that is both thunder and whisper. You carry the heart of Egypt, child. Beware the river's hunger and the serpent's song. Hold to the light, even when all is darkness. A great crocodile surfaces, eyes glittering, mouth open in silent threat. Ankhesenamun stands her ground, clutching a lotus blossom to her breast. I am not afraid, she tells the shadows, for love and justice bind me to this world. Akhmen's voice reaches her across the river. We are not alone. The gods test us but do not abandon us. Come back, my queen. Egypt needs you yet. She wakes with a gasp, the first light of dawn creeping into her chamber. Her heart pounds with both fear and hope. At once she rises and goes to Akhmen's side, finding him in his study, already bent over scrolls. He looks up, worry shadowing his face. Bad dreams? She shakes her head. A warning, perhaps, but also a promise. We have endured much, Akhmen. Egypt is not healed, but she is not lost. The ancestors watch us, the gods test us, but together we can keep the darkness from our door. He takes her hands, drawing her into a silent embrace. In that moment, strength flows between them, a current as deep and ancient as the Nile itself. When the day begins, Ankhesenamun carries her dream with her, a talisman against despair, a whisper of courage to share with all Egypt. As the palace awakens, the sun already warming the sandstone walls, Thebes returns to its careful routines. Markets bustle, priests intone their morning prayers, and courtiers resume their endless dance of ambition and alliance. Yet, in a quiet, shaded alcove near the palace archives, a secret begins to unfurl, one that could shape the fate of Egypt. The royal scribe, Besu, is a man who moves unnoticed through the heart of power. Short and stooped, with quick eyes and ink-stained fingers, he is present at every council, recording speeches and proclamations. With silent precision, most see only the scrolls he fills and the polite bows he gives. Few know the depth of his memory, or the sharpness of his mind. Today, Besu labors alone over a fresh papyrus, summarizing the agreements struck during the Council of Voices. Yet as he works, he pauses, his stylus hovering over the papyrus. His gaze drifts to a second scroll, half hidden beneath a stack of festival accounts. On it are names, dates, and coded messages, some written in the old tongue of the Delta, others in scripts reserved for priestly secrets. Besu's hand trembles. He has uncovered correspondence, letters passed between certain nobles and merchants, and a priest of Amun in the Delta. The messages speak of restoring the old balance, testing the pharaoh's resolve, and, most ominously, summoning support from the lands beyond Egypt's border. It is evidence of a slow-growing conspiracy, reaching out toward both Kush and distant Hatti. Besu is no hero, but he is loyal to the land and to Pharaoh Akhmen, who once spared his family during a famine. The scribe weighs the danger. If he reveals what he knows, powerful men may seek his silence. If he hides it, Egypt might be plunged back into chaos. He decides to act. As the bells ring for the midday meal, Besu slips quietly from the archive, scrolls hidden in his robe. He moves through the palace's back corridors, unseen, until he finds Sitra in the healing hall. She is tending a feverish child, her hands gentle and practiced. He bows low. "Lady Sitra, forgive me, I have news that cannot wait. It concerns the safety of the realm." Sitra studies him, sensing the fear and urgency behind his words. She dismisses her attendants, ushering Besu into a private alcove. There, in a hushed whisper, he reveals the contents of the scrolls, showing her the names and coded passages. Sitra's expression hardens as she reads. "You have done well, Besu. This is a serpent's nest, more dangerous than any enemy on the field. I must take this to the pharaoh at once." Besu bows, relief and fear mingling in his eyes. "I trust you, lady. I only wish for peace." Sitra assures him of her gratitude, promising to keep him safe. As Besu disappears back into the shadows, Sitra wraps the incriminating scrolls in a length of linen and heads for Akhmen's private study. The pharaoh receives her in a chamber bright with morning sun. He listens in silence as Sitra explains. When she finishes, Akhmen's face is grave, but his eyes burn with determination. "We have bought peace with blood and labor. I will not see it undone by traitors in their silks and prayers." He calls for Seti, instructing the spy to begin a quiet investigation, one that will reveal the plotters without causing panic. "Let the conspirators believe they are safe," Akhmen orders. "We will watch, learn, and when the moment comes, strike so that no one forgets the price of betrayal." Sitra nods, already turning to the task. "Besu is brave, but if any learn he helped us, he is lost." Akhmen's jaw tightens. "Then we will make him invisible. Let the world think him nothing more than a humble scribe." As Sitra departs, Akhmen lingers at the window, watching Thebes in the golden light. Shadows gather even in the bright peace. But as long as vigilance endures, hope will not falter. For days, life in Thebes resumes its familiar rhythms. The city's wounds close over with celebration and hard work. Yet beneath the hum of markets and the glow of temple lamps, the web of conspiracy begins to draw taut. Seti, the pharaoh's most trusted shadow, moves quietly through the city, his face known to none, his eyes missing nothing. In the early dawn, Seti meets with Sitra and Akhmen. In the old map room, the walls covered in faded roots and battles of pharaohs past. The scribe Besu, now kept busy with new, harmless duties, is watched but never questioned. Ka Seti reports in a low, steady voice. The names on Besu's scrolls are real. The merchant Keper has met twice with a priest from the Delta, always in secret. Lord Renefet sends coded shipments upriver, always after council days. There is talk of old Nubian mercenaries being hired. I've seen bribes offered to temple guards and grain counters. Akhman listens, each fact hardening his resolve. Have you marked the ringleaders? Ka Seti nods. Most, Majesty. Some are cautious, using proxies and messengers, but they grow bold. They think you are weary, distracted by peace. Citra's eyes flash. They seek to undo all that was won. If not with open blades, then with poison and rumor. The pharaoh stands, pacing. I will not let Egypt's future be stolen by greedy hands. The time for watching is nearly done. Let the conspirators make their move. When they do, we will be ready. As the net tightens, Citra arranges quiet warnings to loyal priests and officials. She calls on Nefru, who now commands the city guard, to increase patrols near the palace and temples, and to quietly recruit trustworthy women and men from the poorer quarters, those whose loyalty lies with the people rather than the gold of the elite. Meanwhile, Queen Ankhesenamun visits the city's markets and shrines, listening for rumors and encouraging trust in the pharaoh. Her calm presence reassures the anxious and unsettles the plotting. Let them see that the queen fears nothing, she tells Citra, and perhaps they will remember what courage looks like. Night after night, Ka Seti and his spies follow trails of whisper and gold. A servant's careless word in a tavern leads to a merchant's coded note. A priest's sly hint at a funeral reveals an illegal shipment of silver. One by one, the links are found, and the faces behind them exposed. Finally, at a secret gathering in the garden of a wealthy noble, the conspirators make their move. A plan to poison the palace as well, time to strike before the next festival. Ka Seti's agents are there, hidden in the shadows. As the would-be traitors raise their cups to seal the plot, the city guard descends. Silent, swift, irresistible. By dawn, Keper the merchant, Lord Renefet, and 3 priests from the Delta are in chains. Their supporters melt away, stunned by the sudden, precise fury of the pharaoh's justice. Akhman receives them in the public court, surrounded by priests, guards, and citizens. He speaks without anger but with absolute authority. Egypt's peace is a hard-won treasure. Let no one, rich or poor, priest or noble, believe they can sell it for their own gain. Mercy for the repentant, punishment for the unrepentant. This is the balance I have sworn to keep. Citra and Ka Seti ensure the guilty are brought to trial, their property seized for the public good. The queen, ever watchful, comforts those who feared the return of chaos. For weeks, Thebes buzzes with the news. The pharaoh is not blind, and his justice, though quiet, is unyielding. That night, Achaemen stands once more on his balcony with Ankhesenamun at his side. The river glimmers, the city sleeps, and the future, for all its shadows, seems a little brighter. You have done what must be done, the queen murmurs. You have kept the net from tightening around Egypt's throat. Akhman nods, feeling the weight of his crown, and the strange, fragile hope that comes with it. For now, the net. Dawn creeps across Thebes, gilding the palace rooftops and bathing the river in light. But within the royal chambers, sleep clings to Pharaoh Akhman like a shroud. He lies awake on his couch, eyes fixed on the painted ceiling, mind busy with memories and the endless march of decisions. The victories and dangers of the past months weigh on him, as heavy and unyielding as the double crown itself. Attendants enter silently, drawing the linen curtains to let in the cool morning breeze. Nebet, the palace steward, brings news of the day's schedule, petitions from distant provinces, reports from the treasury, an audience with the priests, and a midday inspection of the new irrigation works. Each task is essential. Each one is a reminder that peace, like war, never rests. Ackman rises, dressing in simple linen, the old aches of battle, the small pains from sleepless nights cling to his body. He finds comfort in ritual, the slow combing of his hair, the washing of hands, the quiet prayer to the rising sun. But even in these moments, the crown calls to him. Responsibility is not so easily set aside. Breakfast is a quiet affair. Ankhesenamun joins him, her presence a balm. She pours him water and shares the news of the people. A baker's new daughter, the replanting of lotus by the northern canal, rumors of a scribe's upcoming marriage. These small details remind Ackman of what all his power is meant to protect. Outside, Thebes awakens. Market sellers open their stalls. Priests chant to the gods. Children chase each other through sunlit courtyards. Ackman watches from his balcony, a bittersweet smile on his lips. He knows that for all his majesty, he is but a man, and the world's burdens are always waiting at the door. The day's first petitioners arrive in the hall of audience. Ackman receives them with patience and dignity, his voice gentle yet firm. He listens to complaints about taxes and prays for the city's healing. He judges a dispute over water rights. He approves a request for new tools in the copper mines. Each decision brings relief to some, disappointment to others. Midday finds him at the edge of the city, overseeing laborers rebuilding the ancient canals. Mud-stained children pause their work to wave. The foremen bow deeply. Ackman kneels in the dust, examining the fresh clay and offering advice as if he were simply another worker. His hands, rough from war and ceremony, move with purpose. A pharaoh must know how to build, not just command. He tells a group of young men, who listen wide-eyed. As the sun climbs higher, fatigue grows. Ackman returns to the palace for a council with Sitra, Ka-Seti, and the queen. They speak of new conspiracies, old friends, the demands of the priesthood. The conversation is frank, at times heavy, but always marked by trust. At sunset, as the day's labors end, Ackman walks alone through the palace gardens. He lets his mind wander. What will his legacy be? Will the peace he has built endure after him? Or will it crumble like so many dreams before? The lotus pools reflect his face, and in them he sees both the pharaoh and the man, flawed, striving, but night falls. Ackman joins Ankhesenamun for a simple meal. They eat quietly, watching the stars flicker over Thebes, each one a reminder of those who came before and those yet to come. As he prepares for sleep, the pharaoh removes his crown and sets it gently on the stand beside his bed. The weight lifts for a moment, but he knows it will return with the dawn. For now, he breathes deeply, feeling the softness of linen, the warmth of his wife, and the strength of a day survived. The palace of Thebes, for all its beauty, is a crucible of power. By mid-morning, Pharaoh Ackman finds himself surrounded by the voices of those who depend on him and those who would shape his every move. In the Hall of Two Lands, the stone lions seem to watch with knowing eyes as messengers and petitioners gather. First come the governors of distant provinces, each with their own burdens, border skirmishes with desert raiders, tax shortfalls, rumors of unrest in a far village. One by one, Ackman listens, weighing promises and grievances, his mind balancing compassion and necessity. He offers comfort to one who lost family to a bandit attack, but stern warning to another who let local corruption fester. Next, the overseers of the royal workshops present their reports. Gold is plentiful this year, they claim, but the copper mines in the east are troubled by rockfalls and sabotage. The palace scribes lay out tablets of numbers, grain tallies, tribute lists, new births, and burials. Ackman reviews them carefully, asking questions, pointing out errors, setting aside rumors for later investigation. As the hours stretch on, the court fills with tension. The high priest Menenhet appears with a cadre of junior priests, pressing for yet more resources to restore the ancient shrines. The gods will not wait, Majesty, Menenhet insists, his tone both respectful and forceful. If we do not honor them first, Egypt's fortunes may fade. Ackman keeps his expression neutral. The gods will have what is due, but the people must eat, and the sick must be healed. Let our offerings be great in spirit and purpose, even if we are careful with gold. The queen enters, bringing a moment of calm with her gentle presence. She addresses the court with a quiet authority, asking after the health of the workers and the well-being of the city's poorest. Her questions reveal details the officials overlooked: a mother's sick child, an old mason's broken arm, a baker's missing flour. Ackman listens closely, noting where compassion must guide the law. Later, in a smaller council, Sitra and Ka-Seti bring private intelligence. Sitra warns of rising tensions in the merchant quarter, where a few powerful traders resent the palace's demands for grain and charity. Ka-Seti reports a new wave of clandestine messages. The same names that appeared in Besu's secret scrolls are stirring again, whispering about the old ways, hoping to turn discontent into fresh rebellion. Exhausted but undeterred, Ackman calls for Nefru. The commander of the guard enters, her eyes bright with concern. She reports an attempted theft in the palace storehouse, quickly stopped, but a sign that desperation still simmers beneath the city's surface. As the sun nears its zenith, Ackman finally steps away from the swirl of demands. He walks to a shaded portico overlooking the gardens, where Ankhesenamun awaits with water and fruit. She takes his hands in hers, her touch soothing. "You do more than any king I have known, my love. But you cannot carry Egypt alone," he sighs, feeling both pride and weariness. "The more I give, the more is required. Every day there is more to heal, more to defend, more to decide." Ankhesenamun smiles, her eyes wise and tender. "That is the nature of a crown. But you are not alone. Lean on those who love you. Trust in the goodness you have planted. Egypt is more than its ruler. It is its people, its hope, its memory." Ackman rests in the peace of her words, gathering strength for the afternoon's challenge. He knows the demands of power will never end, but in the soft hand of his queen and the loyalty of his friends, he finds the courage to endure. Afternoon light paints the palace walls with shifting patterns of gold and ochre. Just as Ackman steels himself for another round of court duties, the sound of hurried footsteps and the calls of anxious guards break the day's routine. Nebet appears at the entrance of the council chamber, his face pale with urgency. "Majesty, a rider from the western desert begs immediate audience." He bears the mark of the Oasis Lords. Ackman gestures for the messenger to be admitted. The doors part, revealing a man dusted from head to toe in sand. His skin is sun-baked, his beard wild, and his clothing torn but adorned with a single turquoise amulet, the unmistakable sign of the Siwa Oasis. His eyes, fierce and desperate, scan the hall before he collapses to his knees before the throne. "Pharaoh, I am Amunemhat, first son of Charu, guardian of the Siwa Oasis. I bring dire news. His voice is hoarse, choked with thirst and fear. The court hushes. Akhman rises, beckoning servants to bring water and wine. He descends from the throne to kneel beside the messenger, offering a cup with his own hand, a gesture that shocks the assembled courtiers. Speak, friend. Egypt does not turn away those in need. Amenemhat drinks deeply, then continues, his words tumbling out. There is trouble in the desert, my lord. Raiders, more numerous and bolder than before, attack caravans and villages. They bear strange banners, serpents entwined, crowned with fire. We believe they come from beyond the western dunes, perhaps driven by famine, perhaps by war. Our wells are poisoned, our crops burned. I rode 2 days without rest to warn you. If Siwa falls, the desert will open and swallow us all. Sitra steps forward, eyes sharp. Serpents crowned with fire, I have heard tales of such in the southern sands. They are not ordinary bandits. Their leader is rumored to be a sorcerer, a man who commands both men and jackals. Ka-Seti quietly gathers more details, asking the messenger about the raiders' weapons, their numbers, their habits. Amenemhat describes ambushes in the night, cattle slaughtered, and the spreading rumor that the raiders' leader cannot be killed by blade or poison. General Nefru, listening from the side, already plans for a patrol to the west. Majesty, the city guard is ready. With your permission, I will ride tonight with 12 men and scouts. We will see for ourselves and bring back word, or defend the oasis if we must. Akhman stands, the crown heavy with new dread. Egypt will not abandon Siwa or her people. Nefru, take the fastest riders and whatever supplies you need. Ka-Seti, send your agents to the merchant houses. Let them know that any caravan traveling west must be armed, and that the palace will pay for information. He turns to the court. Let it be known, the desert is as much Egypt as the river, and her children will not be left to fate or fear. A murmur of approval ripples through the hall, mixed with anxiety. As the messenger is led away to rest, Akhman calls for Sitra and the queen. They discuss the possibility of sorcery, the need for new alliances, and the risk that these troubles might spread to the capital if left unchecked. That night, Nefru rides out with her chosen guard, torches bobbing like fireflies as they disappear into the endless sea of sand. Akhman stands on the palace wall, watching until the last light fades, heart heavy but unbowed. Whatever evil stirs in the west, he vows, it will find Egypt ready. Night falls swiftly on the city, and the palace torches flicker against the darkness as Nefru prepares to depart. The scent of sweat and oiled leather hangs over the courtyard. Soldiers and scouts finish last checks on saddles and weapons, while the queen offers silent blessings from the palace steps. Sitra presses a pouch of protective amulets into Nefru's hand, each bead inscribed with ancient spells for safety. Pharaoh Akhman stands at the gate, face stern, his hand resting on Nefru's shoulder. Bring our people home, he says quietly, and let the sand fear your coming more than you fear the sand. Nefru grins, masking her anxiety behind bravado. I will, Majesty. No serpent or sorcerer will stand against Egypt tonight. Ka-Seti appears, wrapped in a dark cloak. He slips Nefru a scroll sealed with wax, instructions, and a secret cipher. Open only if things turn grim. My men will shadow you as far as the first oasis. If you are betrayed, we will know. With a last salute, Nefru mounts her horse. 12 riders, each selected for skill and loyalty, fall in behind her. Torches flare as they ride, from the palace into the narrow streets, then out through the city gates, into the velvet darkness of the western desert. The journey is grueling. The land changes quickly, fields giving way to rolling dunes, scattered stones, and the bare ribs of ancient ruins, half swallowed by the sand. The moon rides high, silvering the horizon, while the wind howls like a warning. Sand coats every surface. It grinds into teeth and stings the eyes. The horses strain, sweat gleaming on their flanks, and the riders' faces are set in lines of determination. At dawn, the patrol reaches the first oasis, a clutch of palms around a pool of brackish water. The villagers greet them with suspicion and fear. Nefru dismounts and listens as the headman tells his tale. The serpent raiders have struck twice in a week, burning the grain stores and poisoning the well. Several children are missing, and the bravest men who tried to fight have vanished without a trace. Nefru questions the villagers, her voice gentle but urgent. The description of the enemy chills her. Tall men clad in black, faces painted with fire, moving silently through the night. Their leader, it is said, wears a crown of bronze serpents and speaks with the voice of a demon. No arrow or spear can touch him. She orders her scouts to search the edge of the oasis for tracks. In the glare of morning, they find the remains of a camp, footprints too numerous to count, bits of foreign cloth, and the burned stub of a torch wrapped with strange red thread. Nefru takes the evidence, her brow furrowed. As midday heat rises, a warning cry sounds. The scouts spot movement atop a distant dune. Shapes flicker against the sun, then vanish. Nefru orders her archers to form a circle around the oasis. She posts extra guards at the well and granaries. No one leaves the palms alone, not until we know more. In the long, baking hours that follow, Nefru sits with the children and old women, sharing bread and calming their fears. She promises justice. She promises the pharaoh's protection. Each promise is both a shield and a burden. As dusk falls, the patrol settles in for a tense vigil, eerily quiet. The silence broken only by the crackling of small fires and the soft prayers whispered under breath. Nefru stands, watch at the water's edge, her spear ready, eyes searching the dunes for any sign of the serpent raiders. Beneath a blood-red sunset, she feels the full weight of her mission. Whatever darkness haunts the western sands, Egypt's courage must be the first light to meet it. Night comes like a velvet hood over the oasis, snuffing out the last traces of sun and plunging the palms into deep shadow. Nefru stands atop a low stone wall, spear in hand, senses straining for every sound. Around her, the patrol is alert. Archers hidden in the date trees, swordsmen crouched behind baskets of grain. The villagers huddle in the largest hut, guarded by 2 riders, their fear so thick it feels like a living thing. The silence is unnatural, broken only by the soft whickering of horses and the snap of a distant twig. Nefru tenses, scanning the dunes. Suddenly, a flicker of red, a torch, impossibly bright, blazes atop a far dune. It is answered by another, then another, until a ring of fire surrounds the oasis. The raiders come as shadows, swift, silent, faces painted with red and black stripes, eyes wild in the torchlight. Their weapons are curved and foreign, flashing as they slip between palms and leap the low walls. At their head moves a tall figure, cloaked in black, his head crowned with bronze serpents that glimmer in the firelight. His eyes, visible even from afar, burn with a feverish light. The first assault comes from the north. Archers in the trees loose arrows, felling 2 raiders before the rest vanish among the shadows. From the east, a sudden shout, Villagers scream as a group of serpent warriors break for the well. Nefru reacts instantly, leaping from the wall to intercept them. Her spear cracks against a raider's shield, then finds the space beneath his arm. Another swings a curved blade. Nefru parries, turns, and drops him with a crushing blow to the knee. Around her, chaos erupts. Her riders fight with discipline, but the raiders' movements are uncanny. They seem to melt into darkness and reappear where least expected. The villagers, emboldened by Nefru's bravery, form a shield of bodies at the granary, pelting the attackers with stones and broken jars. At the well, the raider chief appears, moving with a supernatural grace. He calls out in a voice that chills the blood, half chant, half animal growl. Flames dance along his staff, and for a moment the defenders falter. Nefru, undaunted, charges him directly. Their weapons meet in a shower of sparks. The chief's staff hisses, glancing off Nefru's armor. Her spear thrust is blocked by a swirl of his cloak. For a heartbeat, the oasis is lit only by the fire and the struggle at its center. The raider chief whispers words that twist the air. An old, forbidden tongue. Nefru feels a coldness in her bones, a whisper of fear she cannot name. She calls on her courage and the pharaoh's promise. "You will not take Egypt tonight," she shouts, driving the spear point at the chief's chest. The chief recoils, cloak torn, staff shattered. He raises a hand, and the remaining raiders gather to him. With a final baleful glare, he melts back into the dunes, his followers vanishing with him. The torches snuff out, darkness returns. The oasis is left in shambles. 2 huts burning, several wounded, but the well and granary safe. Nefru's arms ache. Her side bleeds from a shallow cut, but she stands tall as the villagers gather, voices rising. One old woman bows deeply. "You are Pharaoh's lioness. You have saved us all." Nefru offers a weary smile. "We stand for Egypt, and we do not stand alone." As dawn creeps in, the survivors bury their dead and tend their wounded. Nefru writes a full report for Akhman, sending it east by the fastest scout. The serpent raiders have been repelled, but their threat lingers. A shadow at the edge of peace, far away in Thebes. Ka-Seti deciphers the patterns of the attack, and Sitra consults old scrolls for mention of the chief's spells. Pharaoh Akhman, reading Nefru's report by candlelight, feels a chill. The price of peace is never paid in full. The sky above the western desert burns with the copper light of morning as Nefru and her battered patrol prepare to leave the oasis. Smoke drifts from smoldering huts, but the villagers are alive, the well unpoisoned, the granary intact. Survivors bow to Nefru as she mounts her weary horse, the old headman pressing her hands in gratitude. "May the gods walk with you, lioness. Tell the pharaoh his promise held." Nefru gathers her riders, many wounded but all determined to finish their mission. The children who survived the night's terror wave as the patrol sets out, crossing the dunes with what's left of their supplies, and the grim memory of the serpent chief's magic. The journey home is arduous. Wind whips sand into every wound, and thirst gnaws at the riders' resolve. But Nefru drives them onward, her own side still bandaged and throbbing. "We have a city to warn," she says, her voice as steady as stone. "Egypt's enemies do not sleep, and neither must we." At cultivated fields, a small contingent of palace guards awaits. The fastest scouts sent by Sitra after word of the attack reached Thebes. They greet Nefru with shouts of relief and hurry to help the injured. The message is clear. Thebes has not forgotten its defenders. By sunset, the battered company reaches the city gates. Word of their return spreads like wildfire. Citra healing herbs and cold water. She rushes to Nefru's side, her worry plain, and helps her dismount. You fought well, Citra whispers, pressing a blessed amulet into Nefru's palm. But what of the enemy? Nefru recounts the attack, the red-crowned torches, the serpent chief's dark words, the uncanny discipline of the raiders. Citra listens intently, face grim. We must consult the old scrolls. There is power here beyond simple steel. Ka-Seti appears, slipping from the gathering crowd. He gives a brief nod of approval before melting back into the shadows to interview survivors and compare notes with Nefru's scouts. Inside the palace, Akmen and Ankhesenamun rise from their dinner, moving quickly to the council chamber. Nefru, still pale, is brought before them. The queen embraces her like a sister, while Akmen offers both praise and resolve. You have defended our people, General. Egypt will not forget, Nefru bows, struggling to contain her emotion. Majesty, the raiders will return. Their chief wields power I have never seen. We must be ready, Akmen nods. We will be. Rest now. Your courage is Egypt's shield, but the mind must rest if the hand is to stay steady. As night falls, Citra and Nefru study old writings, searching for clues about the serpent cult and its magic. Akmen meets with his guard captains, planning new patrols for every oasis and border. Ka-Seti dispatches spies to the far west, vowing to uncover the truth about the raiders' origins. The queen visits the temple, offering prayers and gifts for protection. She instructs the priests to spread reassurance among the people. Egypt is not unguarded. In the quiet hours before dawn, Nefru rests at last, her dreams troubled by flames and serpent eyes, but her heart at peace. She knows she has given all she could, and that Egypt, bruised but undaunted, stands ready for whatever comes. The moon rides high over Thebes, as the palace slips into uneasy sleep. But in the quiet sanctuary of Citra's study, two figures labor by the light of oil lamps. Citra herself, sleeves rolled, and General Nefru, still pale but resolute. Before them are scrolls so old their edges crumble, wrapped in linen and sealed with ancient marks. Citra's chamber is a world apart from the opulence of the palace halls. Its shelves sag with papyrus and strange relics, dried lotus blossoms, tiny statues, a bronze serpent curled in a glass jar. The air is thick with incense and the faint, metallic tang of ink. Nefru sits on a low cushion, her wounded side freshly bandaged. She sips a bitter herbal tea, fighting fatigue, as Citra carefully unrolls one scroll after another. Some are in the old language, words neither woman speaks easily. Others not written in cryptic runes used by the priesthood long before Akmen's reign. We're looking for patterns, Citra explains, her voice soft but urgent. Anything about desert cults, forbidden magic, serpent crowns. Anything that matches what you saw in the oasis. Hours pass. Nefru describes the serpent chief in detail, his staff crowned with bronze snakes, the fire that seemed to move with his will, the strange words that chilled the defenders' hearts. Citra listens, matches the tales to passages in the scrolls, cross-referencing ink-dark spells with warnings scrawled in the margins. At last, Citra pauses, finger-tapping an ominous section in one of the oldest texts. Here, listen. In the days when the sands first swallowed, cities of Brotherhood of the Serpent rose in the west. Their leader called himself Neshi, the Undying. He wielded a staff of bronze and spoke to the jackals. When the Nile was weak, his followers would poison wells and demand tribute, always marked by fire at the oasis. The priests banished them with spells of light, but warned that if Egypt ever grew complacent, the cult would rise again. Nefru shivers, remembering the unnatural calm before the raiders' attack. Can these spells still work? Sitra is grave. Some, perhaps, most were lost with the old priesthood. But knowledge is our first shield. We know now this is not just a band of thieves, but a cult, one that believes it can command the old spirits of the desert. Their leader may be a descendant of Neshi, or one who has stolen the title and its power. She marks the scroll and prepares an extract for the pharaoh, warning that the threat in the west is both magical and military. We must send word to every temple. The priests will recognize the old signs, and together we may find what else can fight the serpent cult. Kaseti arrives, shadow-like, to hear their findings. The spies in the west speak of more raiders gathering, drawn by promises of power, gold, or old vengeance. We must move swiftly. If the cult unites the oases, they could strike at Thebes itself. Nefru, despite her fatigue, squares her shoulders. Let them come. We know their name now, and they know Egypt will not yield. As the first hints of dawn creep through the high window, Sitra and Nefru roll up the scrolls and extinguish the lamps. Together, they go to the pharaoh's study, ready to advise Akhman on magic as well as war. In the stillness, their resolve is unshaken. Knowledge, they hope, will be the light to scatter the serpent's shadows. The palace is fully awake before the city's first market bells ring. Word of the serpent cult's dark magic and the near disaster at the oasis has reached every corridor. In the heart of the palace, Pharaoh Akhman convenes a council like none before, one that will decide how Egypt faces both sorcery and sword. The council assembles in the Hall of Wisdom, a sunlit room lined with pillars and inscribed with the maxims of kings past. Akhman sits at the head of a great cedar table, face grave but alert. Around him gather Sitra, Nefru, Kaseti, Queen Ankhesenamun, the high priest Menenhet, and several trusted generals and temple scribes. The air is thick with anticipation and the scent of fresh papyrus. Sitra begins, laying out her findings. She reads from the ancient scroll, the history of the Serpent Brotherhood, their rise and banishment, and the warning that their power is greatest in times of famine or fear. Nefru recounts her battle, describing the chief's uncanny abilities, the fire that obeyed his will, the spells that chilled even hardened soldiers. Kaseti adds intelligence from his agents. The cult is gathering support, offering gold and magical protection to desperate outcasts and angry merchants. They are spreading rumors of the pharaoh's weakness, promising a new order if Egypt falls. Akhman listens intently. He then calls on Menenhet, the high priest. The priest's robes shimmer, but his eyes are cautious. Magic such as this is older than our temples. But the gods are not powerless. If we unite the priesthood, recall the rites of light and protection, we may blunt their sorcery. I can call for a gathering of the temple's magicians, if the pharaoh so commands. The generals argue for a double defense, new patrols to guard every oasis, rapid mobilization of cavalry, and messengers to warn the Delta and Nubian border. Nefru offers to lead the next patrol, her wounds bound, her spirit unbroken. Queen Ankhesenamun speaks quietly but with authority. Egypt must be seen. Let the people see priests and soldiers, farmers and merchants, united under your banner. Let the healing begun after the last war continue, even as we prepare for new dangers. Akhman rises, the weight of leadership heavy, but his eyes alive with fire. We face enemies seen and unseen, blade and shadow, doubt and fear. But Egypt has faced darkness before. We will send riders and messengers, call the temples to unity, and prepare for battle on every front. Let our justice be swift, our wisdom deep, and our courage unshaken. He turns to Menenhet. Summon your magicians. Let every temple light a beacon at dusk. An unbroken chain of flame from Thebes to the edge of the desert. Sitra and Kasseti will coordinate with the scribes and scouts. Nefru will ready the city guard and desert patrols. He meets each council member's gaze in turn, gratitude and resolve in his voice. Today we are more than pharaoh and subject, priest and warrior. We are Egypt. As the council breaks, Akhman stands at the window, watching the city stir to new purpose. Fires will burn on every temple. Soldiers and priests will work as one. The serpent cult may have awakened old shadows, but in the light of unity and wisdom, Egypt will not fall. As the sun slips behind the western dunes, a new energy surges through Thebes. Word has spread tonight. Every temple from the palace to the humblest shrine will light a beacon. It is a signal of unity and a warning to enemies, both mortal and magical, that Egypt stands vigilant. In the palace, priests hurry to and fro, carrying bundles of reeds, jars of sacred oil, and long tapers for the great fires. Queen Ankhesenamun oversees the preparations, her calm authority smoothing tension and ensuring every corner of the city participates. Children are allowed to stay awake, their eyes wide with excitement as they help string garlands and arrange baskets of incense. Pharaoh Akhman dons his ceremonial cloak and leads a grand procession through Thebes. By his side walks the high priest Menenhet, robed in gold and blue, and Sitra, carrying a torch as ancient hymns fill the air. Nefru, her arm freshly bandaged, leads the city guard. Kasseti flits through the crowd, watching for any sign of unrest. The procession halts at the great temple of Amun. The assembled crowd, nobles, artisans, farmers, children, grows silent as Akhman steps forward. The first beacon is a towering pyre atop the temple steps. The high priest offers a prayer for protection and renewal. Then Akhman lowers his torch, lighting the oil-soaked reeds. The fire leaps skyward, casting golden light across thousands of upturned faces. As the pyre blazes, temple runners hurry through the streets, carrying fire from one altar to the next. Soon, flames crown the roof of every shrine and marketplace. Even the poorest neighborhoods glow with their own small fires, each one part of a chain that links the city and its people. From the palace roof, Akhman and Ankhesenamun watch the city shimmer. The river is dotted with floating lamps. In the distance, fires can be seen on the horizon, each oasis and outpost answering the call. Priests chant, musicians play, and a current of hope surges through Thebes. But not all is celebration. In dark alleys, Kasseti and his spies watch the movement of known conspirators. Sitra quietly checks in with the temple, healers and magicians, making sure that protective spells are recited as promised. Nefru's guards are posted at every crossroads, ready to answer any sign of trouble. The beacons are both a promise and a challenge. As midnight nears, the fires still burn bright. Akhman addresses the city from the palace balcony, his voice carried by the desert wind. Egypt endures not because of gold or armies, but because her people stand together. Let every enemy see, we are many flames, but one fire. We are Egypt. The crowd erupts in cheers, some weeping with relief, others singing old songs of unity. Ankhesenamun squeezes Akhman's hand, pride and love shining in her eyes. Far across the sands, spies of the serpent cult see the beacons and know that Egypt is awake and ready. Some falter, others vow vengeance, but none can deny the city's resolve. As dawn approaches, the last embers die down. In every heart, the memory of this night lingers. 1,000 fires burning against the darkness, 1,000 promises renewed. As the city's last beacons flicker, the air thick with incense and lingering song, a fragile peace settles over Thebes. The moon sails high, seeing shadows move across palace walls and temple courts. Yet even in the warmth of firelight, danger stirs. Darkness, after all, is patient. Pharaoh Akhmun stands at the palace balcony, his heart swollen with pride and exhaustion. He surveys the city below, the glowing embers a tapestry of hope. Queen Ankhesenamun joins him, slipping her hand into his. "They are not afraid tonight," she whispers. "You have given them strength," Akhmun nods. But his eyes search the darkness beyond the city walls. "Strength is a candle, my queen. It must be guarded, or the wind will find it." Elsewhere in the palace, Sitra and Ka Seti move through the corridors, stopping at each checkpoint. They exchange brief words with guards and temple watchmen, passing warnings and reassurance in equal measure. In a shadowed alcove, Ka Seti listens to the anxious murmurs of a captured conspirator, one of the merchant lords who, sensing the city's resolve, now begs for mercy in return for names. Sitra's eyes narrow. She takes careful note, for every name is a thread in Egypt's tapestry of power. In the healer's hall, Nefru sits with the wounded from the oasis, her own bandages fresh. She shares stories by firelight, laughter and comfort, pushing back the memory of blood and fear. Around her, soldiers and villagers alike find the strength to hope. As midnight deepens, trouble stirs. In a forgotten corner of the city, a handful of serpent cultists, hidden among the festival crowds, slip into an old storehouse near the river. They begin a dark ritual, soft chanting, small fires, the hiss of snake venom poured into sacred jars. Their goal is disruption, fear, a message that Egypt's unity is still threatened. But Ka Seti, ever vigilant, has anticipated this. His spies surround the warehouse, moving with silent precision. At the signal, city guards break down the doors, torches blazing. The cultists are captured mid-ritual. Their leader, a thin, wild-eyed man with serpent tattoos, caught as he tries to flee. Under Ka Seti's questioning, they reveal plans for more attacks and the identity of a secret benefactor within Thebes. By dawn, word spreads. The cult's scheme has failed. The fires burn not with destruction, but with victory. Akhmun addresses his people once more, his voice carried on the fresh morning wind. "There will always be shadows, but together we are the light." Thebes exhales, relieved. Families embrace. The queen and Sitra walk through the marketplace, offering gifts and blessings. Ka Seti slips into the background, ever watchful. Nefru, honored by the people, leads a parade of children who carry garlands and lanterns, celebrating their city's courage. That night, as the last embers die, Akhmun returns to the balcony. He removes his crown and lifts it to the moonlight, honoring those who carry Egypt's weight with him. The journey is far from over, but in the firelight, he sees the promise of another dawn. Thank you, dear listeners, for embarking on this inaugural chapter of our journey into the life of Egypt's most enigmatic pharaoh. Your presence here, beneath the soft glow of lamp and moonlight, warms this storyteller's heart more than any desert sun. Every breath you've taken with us through palace halls and temple courtyards, every moment you've paused to listen as ancient stones and whispered prophecies came alive. It is for you that these stories are woven. As the sands of time continue to shift, know that your curiosity fuels our voyage. It is your wonder, your questions, and your dreams that breathe life into these long silent ruins. With each like, each comment, you become part of the tapestry, a companion in the quiet hush that follows history's thunderous roar. So I invite you to linger a little longer in the silence that follows this first chapter. Let the embers of discovery glow gently in your mind. If tonight's tale stirred your soul, please like and subscribe and share your own whispers about what mysteries you wish to unravel next. Your support helps this channel continue to bring ancient worlds to life, turning the cold stones of history into warm companions for your bedtime dreams. Sleep well, wanderers of the Nile, and meet me here next time beneath the starlit sky as we trace the footsteps of a king whose light both dazzled and disturbed. Until then, may your dreams be gilded with golden sands and soft whispers of long-forgotten gods. Good night, and thank you for listening.